spelled with an S. And this is our brand.
Por meio de programas estruturantes e de iniciativas estratégicas, o BID apoia o país.
BID supports the country to find the path to economic growth sustainably and inclusively and lastingly. Through our programs, we support families.
Com uma área dedicada à região amazônica que busca fomentar modelos de desenvolvimento econômico sustentável e inclusivo, visando beneficiar suas diversas comunidades. Também apoiamos protagonistas da economia brasileira a mobilizar recursos no crescente mercado de bonds ou títulos temáticos, em parceria com atores como o BNDES, Banco do Brasil, Eletrobras e Banco ABC Brasil. E com nossos parceiros, trabalhamos buscando inovar em setores como o de transportes. Nosso foco sempre tem como prioridade o maior ativo do país, as pessoas. Em Salvador, estamos ajudando a impulsionar o turismo como fonte de trabalho, renda e vocação para microempreendedores, especialmente mulheres negras. Prestamos suporte técnico e financeiro às secretarias de saúde e também ao setor privado para o enfrentamento da Covid-19 e seus efeitos também nas finanças hospitalares. Visando capacitar jovens para o mercado de trabalho de tecnologia, ajudamos a levar cursos de programação a mulheres, negras e trans. Para que o país e seus cidadãos realizem seu potencial, também canalizamos esforços e recursos para que o país avance em sua infraestrutura física e digital. São 26 milhões de reais em investimentos viabilizados com o apoio do BID para a estruturação de parcerias público-privadas no país. Já no setor de água e saneamento, com o Programa Socioambiental dos Igarapés de Manaus, Prosamin, estamos há 15 anos ajudando a superar o desafio das palafitas. Além disso, oferecemos suporte à transformação digital do país, pois acreditamos no seu potencial para trazer mais eficiência e produtividade. E como o Grupo BID se estrutura para apoiar o Brasil? Com mais de 120 profissionais com um profundo conhecimento do país alocados nos nossos escritórios de Brasília e São Paulo, o Grupo BID é parceiro histórico do desenvolvimento do Brasil. Oferecemos ao país apoio ao setor público por meio do BID, às empresas do setor privado por meio do BID Invest e ao ecossistema de inovação por meio do BID Lab. Mais do que financiamento, oferecemos conhecimento técnico e fazemos a ponte entre soluções locais, regionais e globais. Banco Interamericano de Desenvolvimento.
A maior biodiversidade do planeta é do Brasil. A capacidade de desenvolver produtos compatíveis com a floresta é dos brasileiros. Um agro forte que alimenta o planeta é do Brasil. E o trabalho duro, a pesquisa de ponta, o desenvolvimento tecnológico é dos brasileiros. Ser reconhecido pela capacidade produtiva, matriz energética limpa, inovação e pelo maior programa de inclusão social do mundo também é do Brasil. Assim como ser respeitado pelo talento que conquista o mundo é dos brasileiros. A Apex Brasil leva nosso país para o mundo todo, promovendo produtos do Brasil e o talento dos brasileiros. As exportações estão batendo recordes, trazendo os melhores resultados da história. Nosso país está indo cada vez mais longe e conquistando a posição que merece no mundo. É do Brasil, é sustentável, é para o mundo todo. Apex Brasil. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to everyone once again. We're beginning the opening ceremony of the 6th Brazil Investment Forum. I'd like to tell you that if you have not found a place in this room, we have a room downstairs with a screen where you can follow the ceremony very comfortably through a screen. And now I'm going to invite to the stage the president of the Inter-American Bank of Development, the IDB, the president of the National Bank of Social and Economic Development, Aloysio Mercadante, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, Marina Silva, Minister of Planning and Budgeting, Simone Tebet, Minister of Agriculture, Carlos Fávero, Minister of the Economy, Fernando Haddad, Minister Luiz Costa. Also, I would like to thank all the authorities and representatives of the states present here on this very important day. Thank you very much to everybody.
senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, along with the Vice President and Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, Geraldo Alckmin, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Mauro Vieira, and the President of Apex Brazil, Jorge Viana. Please take your seats. You're very welcome to this opening ceremony of the 6th edition of the Brazil Investment Forum 2023, the greatest event for attracting foreign investment in Latin America. The forum is organized by Apex Brazil, the Inter-American Development Bank, the Ministry of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Throughout the next 2 days, the forum will approach the opportunities for investment in Brazil and the Brazilian business environment, as well as the proposals of the federal government focusing on sustainability, new industrialization, technology, innovation, infrastructure, and agribusiness. We pass the floor to the president of Apex Brazil, Jorge Viana. Good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to have the honor in my own name, in name of Ana Paula Repesa, Floriano Pézaro, all our collaborators in Apex, to inaugurate this event, which is the Forum for Attraction of Investments in Brazil, held by Apex. I'm very honored, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, ministers, to be here in this space. And I'd like to call your attention, Mr. President, to the fact that the ambassador, our General Secretary Maria Laura, said that this had never happened here in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, to have an event like this. But besides breaking this paradigm, as you like, I think it's the adequate place. Niemeyer and Lúcio Costa, when they built and planned Brasilia, and the Avenue of Ministries made of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Itamaraty, a totally different building. I think there was a reason for that. And if we from Apex work with foreign trade and in the promotion of Brazil throughout the world and investment attraction, Itamaraty is the place to do this work, the most adequate place we have to deal with the representation of Brazil in the world. And symbiotically, we are doing this. So I'd like to give heartfelt thanks to Minister Mauro Vieira. When I came here to consult him about this daring proposal, he and his team with the ambassador accepted the challenge of doing this event in this space. Here, Mr. President, there are approximately 300 entrepreneurs who are confirmed, partners from different companies, people who sacrificed to come here, because there's also the March of Mayors in Brasilia this week, so there's no room in the hotels. But here we have a huge set of producers and Brazilian entrepreneurs and guests who have responded to this call from your government and from our work to participate in this 2-day event, today and tomorrow. And I don't know how to explain the honor and satisfaction of having had this privilege of being invited by President Lula to head Apex. Exactly 20 years ago, Mr. President, you created Apex in the year 2003. Through a law, together with Minister Fulan, instituted Apex as an autonomous agency with financial means to work. And I can state that throughout this time, Apex made a huge difference in increasing exports in Brazil and attracting investment. The numbers speak for themselves. When you created Apex and started your government, the flow of foreign trade in Brazil was $100 billion. When you left the government, 8 years later, the flow of Brazilian foreign trade was $400 billion, an extraordinary growth. 12 years later, you came back to the government the Brazilian people elect Your Excellency for the third time, and the flow of foreign trade of Brazil with the world is at $600 billion. Those numbers are from last year. Compared with everything you did in the first and second mandate, I understand and affirm that Brazil in a certain way has lost time in these last 12 years and could have advanced much more. And I don't think this is due to flaws in the entrepreneurial sector. Rather, I think the crises in this period could be responsible for Brazil losing space in the world. The event here wants to resume Brazilian protagonism as a space for investment. I was at the palace with the president yesterday. He welcomed me. He asked me for some explanations. The world is facing many crises. I'm not going to talk about them because this forum is to speak about opportunities of overcoming crisis. But, Mr. President, when Brazil reached, in your government, the degree of investment in 2008, that was extraordinary. It crowned all the work of fighting poverty in Brazil and widening business, especially the establishment of agribusiness and family agriculture of Brazil in face of the world as a producer of foods and other important commodities. Also, after that, Brazil lost this status, this degree of investment, and went to a speculative degree, Mr. President. Here in the presence of Minister Haddad, who's been working very hard with the Congress, obviously, based on the path begun by President Lula this year, two important agencies have already changed their position regarding our country. And now Brazil, in the third mandate of President Lula, is recovering its degree of investment. This changes the business environment. And even without having reached this degree of investment, the world had a loss of 30% in this year in investments throughout the world. Through inflation in Europe and the U.S., high interest, Brazil lost 30% of investment. Even then, with a loss of almost 20% of commodity prices that sustain many of the exports in Brazil, the price of grains fell 20% in the world this year. And one of the greatest planters of corn, soy, and cotton in this country, I imagine, is here. I think he's the greatest in the world. No one plants this much, as much as you do. Even with these falls, excluding the U.S., which is the greatest address for foreign investment in the world. The second place is Brazil. It's taken on this position. So Brazil is moving since last year, when it was the 12th economy of the world. Economists now consider that by the end of 2023, Brazil will be the 9th economy in the world. I think has a lot to do with President Lula, with his way of governing, together with Vice President Alckmin, opening markets. I've been a big partner of Minister Favreau. We have just arrived from India. We traveled throughout the world, but President Lula opened the doors with his objective travels, reopening relationships, reopening Brazil in a positive sense. Mr. President, 56 markets have been opened to Brazilian products in the world. In this huge crisis in the world, which is also a trust crisis, it makes a huge difference because exports are facing difficulties with this fall in the prices of commodities. Petroleum, which was last year was almost $100 a barrel, now it's 82. This affects the trade balance in Brazil, and as I said, grains too. But even then, our country is reaching one record after the other. Minister Alckmin, our work partner too, every month his ministry announces the numbers of the export. balance in Brazil, and the numbers show us that a record number that Brazil reached of $62 billion will be overcome in the first year of President Lula's government, and we should reach $93 billion this year or more. This is a two-way street. Here in the House of the Brazilian state, which is Itamaraty, we have perhaps the best environment. We have ambassadors here, diplomats, representatives. I greet you all. But we have the productive entrepreneurial sector of Brazil in this public-private partnership with representatives of the government, with so many ministers here. So I would like to thank all of those who are helping us and saying that the work that we're doing at Apex is a work of trying to take Brazil to the whole world with a new concept, Marina. It's from Brazil, it's sustainable, it's for the whole world. That's a concept that Brazil can take because of its clean energy matrix, because of the agricultural production, family agriculture, entrepreneurial production, and the model of its society. Brazil is implementing the biggest social program in the world, and this was the first gesture of President Lula. So with my experience as a senator, as a mayor, as a governor, after visiting 22 countries this year in 21 states of Brazil and speaking to all the governors and entrepreneurial leaders, I can say that I think there's a very favorable environment for a huge stage of prosperity for Brazil. The numbers speaks for themselves. The United States is the greatest producer of corn. It produces more corn than all the grain in Brazil, but now Brazil is overcoming the U.S. in corn exports. It's the first one in oranges and soy. Brazil is the main country responsible for animal protein in the world. I'd like to mention the presence of Wesley Batista, one of the owners of JBS, and Marco Molina from BR Foods and Marfrig. Just these two companies represented here with their CEOs are competing against the U.S. economy. They're the biggest group in the U.S. and in the world, and they keep advancing in new markets in a very important dream. A dream of President Lula is for Brazil to overcome food insecurity in the world. So I would like to thank you, Mr. President, for my opportunity to be here. I'd also like to greet Minister Mauro Vieira, Ambassador Maria Laura, all the diplomats who work with us, Minister Haddad, Minister Simone. I know she's very busy with the Congress because she's going to be here. It's very important. Minister of Planning, Minister Favaro, Minister Marina, Minister Aloysio Mercadante, who's been working tirelessly with BNDES for Brazil to have new protagonism in the world once again. Our representative from the IDB, Minister Celso Amorim and Minister Celso França. And I'd like to say, Mr. President, that there are two gondolas there. One is cotton and one is for special coffee. Of each of 3 cups of coffee consumed in the world, one is Brazil. Brazil has been growing and will grow a lot more in the production of social coffees. In Brazilian cotton, there's a worldwide production of 10 million tons every 10 years. Probably this year, Brazil will overcome the States in the production of cotton. So these are the news and the spaces that I'd like to share with you. And last but not least, the essence for this forum of investments, which is the launching of the PAC plan. And President Lula said in Rio when PAC was launched that my third mandate is beginning now. No country in the world in this period is presenting such a robust program for attracting investments as Brazil is. It's a program that changes the lives of Brazilians and generates jobs, makes it possible to establish public-private partnerships. And I think it's the symbol of the 6th Attraction Investment Forum with the IDB and Apex here at Itamaraty. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Now we will hear the president of the Inter-American Development Bank, Ilan Goldfein.
Good morning, everyone. It's a great satisfaction to be with you. I'm grateful to President Lula, the biggest promoter of our investments, attraction of private investments through his trips, to the Vice President Alckmin, that was with me yesterday signing an agreement, also to President of Apex, George Viana, for the work and partnership that was responsible for bringing this Apex to Brazil. It was a great idea. I'm grateful for that. And I'm also having the satisfaction of having here as well our Minister Simon Tebet, our member of the Board of Governors of IDB, with great participation, providing a quantum leap in the bank. Also, I would like to salute Minister Marina da Silva, that has in her partnership the environmental agenda, Amazon Forever. We are working together. Also, Minister Mauro Vieira and Maria Laura, that are our hosts. To Mr. Rui Costa, the head of the Civil Cabinet, and Aloysio Mercadante, the head of the Development Bank, Celso Amorim, and also to Fernando Haddad, Carlos Favaro. Well, I salute here all the authorities here present. Many of those we have the pleasure to work with jointly, both in the private sector as in the public sector. I would like today to use my time to share with you one of the reasons by which the role of Brazil is important and quite relevant in the world today. And I believe that there is a unique opportunity of the country, given its role as well as regional and global leader. Let me tell you about investment opportunities. Latin America and the Caribbean continue to face challenges. We have to recognize that. I've been calling the triple challenge a recent demand by better social improvements and public services, precisely that demand from the population. But governments have fiscal constraints in all Latin America, and the generation of resources has been slow in the last decades. Therefore, in facing this scenario, we have to add a global problem, which is the advance of the climate changes and its impact. And in each of the states, in each of the companies, in each of the countries, this has a social economical impact. Therefore, the vision of IDB, today Latin America and the Caribbean have a wide opportunity ahead of them. For the country can be part of the solution for our global challenges. The world needs Latin America. The world needs Brazil. And this means that we are in the center of a great opportunity. And we are facing possibly on the turning point in the future where, if taken properly, the advantage can provide a unique advance. I'll give you some examples where I believe that the opportunities are being presented in the global context. Firstly, the nature of the adversity. Brazil can and may be a global leader in the defense of biodiversity and nature. We are doing this now with the Amazon forest, for example. It absorbs today a fourth of all the CO2 produced by all the planet's terrestrial surface. Brazil is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world with high potential for investments. Let me give you a data. Just the Amazon produces $3 billion of bioproducts. Our studies show that it has a potential to reach $8 billion in a few decades. Brazil has opportunity to be as well a power in terms of consolidation of the legal Amazon region as a catalyzer of the economy of low carbon, generating jobs and favoring the local cultures. We have been trying to contribute in our umbrella program, Amazon Forever, baptized by Minister Marina Silva, that is a program with 5 axes to protect nature and biodiversity through monitoring, developing bioeconomy, must provide alternatives, has to take care of people, has to take care of the cities, has to take care of the infrastructure, has to take care of the agriculture as well. We have to work in the same way as we are doing with Amazon Forever, as well with other Brazilian biomes, Atlantic rainforest, the Everglades, the Pantanal, where considering these specifics. Secondly, Brazil has a potential to be the great supplier of the world of food. We are talking here, George Viana, we talked about it, about the capability of various here present to be the ones that mitigate the food insecurity of the region. Until the late 60s, Brazil imported 30% of all the food. The production since then has grown more than 500%, and since the late 60s. Today, the country is a world power in agribusiness exports. According to Embrapa, we have today potentiality to feed more than 1 billion people. That's why I believe that Brazil has all the capabilities to become the place to feed its population, its region, and the world. Thirdly, we have all the possibility to be the great producers, exporters of clean energy. Today, Latin America is one of the great global leaders of clean energy, which is fundamental for the climate transition. Brazil is in the privileged position to become one of the big stakeholders in the global arena in the process of decarbonization and energy transition. And this thanks to what? Renewable sources like hydroelectric dams, biomass, biofuels, and the capacity of the companies, many of those here present, have recognized that Brazil will consolidate as the global center of energy. The world, as I say, needs Brazil for the energy transition to mitigate the food insecurity and to preserve nature and its biodiversity. That means an opportunity capable of reaching a turning point if properly taken advantage of. I want to tell you that this is the moment to invest more in Brazil. In what way? Through partnerships. No outcome is possible without the strengthening of partnerships between the public sector and the private sector. I salute the Brazilian government for the program of acceleration of growth, the PAC, as Minister Rui Costa has been declaring in its launching. The new PAC serves a key role also with the private sector. More than 1/3 of the program will come through the private sector, that is, investments of 612 billion out of the 1.7 trillion estimated by PAC. Brazil is a reference, I want to tell you. When I look at IDB, the reference to the public partnerships, private-public partnerships, the reference is Brazil. We have a lot of financing loans with our financial arm of IDB. We lead projects of public partnerships with water, sanitation, public light, and we must reach more than 7.8 billion of private initiatives, investments in dollars. We are talking about $40 billion in Brazilian currency. The private sector is the biggest customer of biodiverse projects in IDB, over than 10 billion reais in areas like infrastructure, agriculture, and health. The process of capitalization of our BioInvest will bring a potential of increasing the amount of resources mobilized for loans. Innovation. I know that all of you talk and think in terms of innovation. It's another front line that is very relevant. Brazil has an important ecosystem of innovation in Latin America. Our innovation lab, I don't know if you know it, the BID lab or IDB, has supported more than 70 startups in the whole country and is willing to continue. Digitalization, another essential factor. We have the privilege of being partners of the Brazilian government by a transformation of digital transformation in Brazil. In 2001, we approved 2021. There's over $1 billion approved for this purpose. We have partnerships with the federal state, with the state of Ceará, state of São Paulo, state of Alagoas, and recently we have approved, as Aloysio Mercadante mentioned, with BNDES. In the support to the municipalities, we did an agreement with Bank of Brazil as well. So there are a lot of opportunities that are being presented. I want to finalize concluding that IDB, in the same way as Brazil, through its president, will be the president in the G20, which is an opportunity for the Brazilian agenda in Latin America, in the world, to align with. And IDB will assume as well the presidency of the multilateral development banks all over the world, worldwide. So we will work on the global agenda. We have their joint opportunity, both from IDB as with the development banks, as with Brazil in the G20, to advance a very relevant agenda. I would like to reiterate the region and Brazil are in the turning point, where they are essential part of the solutions for the global problems. We need you in the private sector take advantage of this opportunity. You may count with the support of IDB, with the support of the multilateral banks, and also through G20 to take advantage of this opportunity that is being presented to create prosperity for the population of this continent. We hope that in these 2 days of event you may know deeply the opportunities of investment. I wish you excellent business, and I thank you once again to President Lula for the partnership. Thank you. I open the floor now to the Minister of Planning and Budget, Simone Tebet. Good morning to everyone. In the name of President Lula and of the Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, that as a matter of fact is his birthday today, that God gives him a lot of health, a lot of energy, so you can continue helping President Lula and helping Brazil. I would like, in the name of Minister Marina Silva, to ask you for through Marina Silva to make a salute to all the ministers and my colleagues, to salute the organizers of this event in the name of Itamaraty, of our Chancellor Mauro Vieira, in the name of Apex Jorge Viana, and in the name of among the banks that sponsor this event, IDB and BNDES. As Minister of Planning, I would like here to talk about swiftly of the role that we have within this context. One of the first acts of President Lula was to recreate the Ministry of Planning that was extinct in the previous government. He gave me a guideline. Simone, I want you that you travel all over Brazil and ask to the population what they want for the next 4 years. I had the privilege of traveling twice in less than a year all over the nation, first as a candidate to the presidency and then as a Minister of Planning. And what I've seen was something extraordinary. How the popular wisdom is immense. We asked to the Brazilian people what are the priorities, and the people answer us: education, health, job and income, and fight misery and hunger. Very clear then the importance of the reindustrialization or new industrialization of Brazil. But it's more than that. In the cross-cutting that many many people don't know what this means. There was always the concern on the plenary and also in the medias for 5 million Brazilians participated in the digital program on the PPA answering these questions. The question that they mentioned in each public policy presented is where is the women, where are the black population, where is the sustainability. The first project, public policy most voted in PPA in the digital world, Marina Silva, was what are the public policies related to the climate changes. I say this because I am here in face of the investors, national and international ones, that all this facing an exceptional moment where Brazil returned to plan its present and its future. Brazil believe in itself again. And if there's one thing that we can say that this government has is optimism and faith in Brazil. President Lula and its ministers believe in the strength of this land, that Brazil has all the climates and microclimates, the best soils of the nation. In this country that is the greatest economy of Latin America, the second of the American continent, and is now the 10th power of the planet. If we do our homework, we'll be able to be not only a rich country, but also a population equally prosperous and happy. And this is our mission. So in my speech, I only want to say that the Minister of Planning is side by side with Minister Haddad in the economic team. We know what we have to offer to you, ladies and gentlemen. Foreseeable investments, ambience with a fair fiscal reform so the industries become competitive, with the foreign industries generate formal jobs. And more than that, the Ministry of Planning, and this is my final line, yesterday presented to President Lula our program of integration, regional integration with Latin America. Yes, we will look to the partners overseas, to Europe and to China, but let's not forget that we have a lot to offer to the countries of Latin America, and the reciprocity is as valid as well. Guyana, the French Guyana and the ancient English Guyana. We can integrate Brazil to America, to the countries of South America, not only in the economic and external trade, but also in the tourism and of the culture. Finally, my last 30 seconds, that you all have a good event. As governor of IDB, I have the satisfaction to say that foreign investment banks are looking to Brazil and are partners of Brazil. The biggest portfolio of investments abroad is here. IDB is the biggest investor of the external banks, with more than $70 billion invested for states and municipalities in the area of urban mobility, sanitation and sustainability. So you all have good events, and jointly we can do more for Brazil. Brazil is very rich. Now it's up to each one of you in its share of contribution. And in the speech that was given to me when I entered the ministry, help President Lula and don't give up Brazil. I said we will never give up Brazil, never. But I ask you the same. Invest in Brazil, for the team of President Lula is committed to assure to the private investor, along with the PAC on public investments, that jointly we can make a difference for this loved and dear country called Brazil. Thank you.
Foreign Affairs Ambassador Mauro Vieira. Mr. President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, Vice President of the Republic, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, in whose name I greet all the ministers here, President of Apex Brazil, Jorge Biana of BNDES, Aloysio Mercadante of the IDB, Helen Gonfine, General Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Maria Amara da Rocha, Special Assessor of the Presidency of the Republic, Ambassador Celso Amorim, ladies and gentlemen, and representatives of diplomatic missions accredited with the Brazilian government, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to the Itamaraty in the 6th edition of the Brazil Investment Forum, the largest investment promotion event in Latin America. I'm very enthusiastic to participate in this opening session, the fruit of the partnership between APEX and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's emblematic. This is the first edition of the Brazil Investment Forum to take place in Brazil. I understand this as a landmark of this third government of President Lula and a sign that we're all together, government and society, in the process of national building and promotion of the development and prosperity of Brazil. I see in the selected public a renewed interest in Brazil as a safe destination of investments and the hope of a sustainable future. I have seen the same interest in my meetings and contacts with foreign authorities in this, which will surely be one of the years with the highest level of diplomatic activity in the history of Brazil. From the beginning of the year, President Lula has held meetings with more than 60 heads of state or foreign governments and participated in the most important events in the international agenda. He had an influential role in the summits of G20, BRICS, and G7, the latter one as a guest country, and in the efforts for the necessary reconstruction of the South American unit. Regional and international stability are essential for prosperity and development. In October, we occupied the presidency of the Security Council of the United Nations, coinciding with the tragic developments in Israel and the Gaza Strait. We mobilized all our efforts to revert the paralysis of the main organ of the multilateral system in favor of a solution for the alarming humanitarian solution in the region. It is lamentable and morally unacceptable that once again the Security Council was not able to fulfill its noble mandate. In 2024, we will exercise the presidency of G20 and host their meetings. Count on the work of Itamaraty to respond to a world that needs more than ever collective solutions. The Brazilian presidency of G20 will have as priorities the themes of reduction of inequalities, facing the climate crisis, and reform of institutions of global governance. I count on the help of all of you according to your different attributions to make of the Brazilian presidency a success. Ladies and gentlemen, in all my contact with foreign interlocutors, I have tried to point out the solidity of the foundations of Brazilian economy, the ample potential for investment in Brazil, and the commitment of the country towards sustainability in its three dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. A condition today that is unescapable for the attraction of investments. But this work cannot be done just by the government. The private sector will have a lot to contribute. Brazil has today a unique potential in the planet. It is within a peaceful regional context. It has singular credentials as to the use of renewable energies in its matrix. It has the capacity to feed the world sustainably and produce several of the inputs for energy transition. Under the leadership of President Lula and Vice President Geraldo Alckmin, we want to foster the reindustrialization of the country in a sustainable way compatible with the imperative of decarbonization. the Brasil Investment Forum and the discussions and panels that await us today and tomorrow are the perfect occasion for an approximation between public and private and to divulge the opportunities for investment in the country. Count on the hard work of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the entire Brazilian diplomatic network to facilitate necessary meetings abroad and work once again for the promotion of Brazilian trade with a focus on the national interests. Count also on the continued partnership between Itamaraty and Apex, who together promote ample capillarity abroad and a robust network of contacts with national economic agents. I wish you all an excellent forum today, and I thank you all for being here. Thank you very much. We will now hear the Vice President and Minister of Development, Industry, Trade and Services, and it's his birthday today, Mr. Geraldo Alckmin.
I would like to thank to the President Lula, thanking for the salutes for my birthday, but I follow my sister, Mimi. It has the date, the event, but has 2 weeks of celebration after the date. So I'd like to salute the ministers, Rui Costa, Mauro Vieira, our host, Fernando Haddad, Carlos Fávaro, Márcio França, Simone Tebet, Marina Silva, Marcos Amaro, Paulo Pimenta, governors Wilson Lima, Eduardo Ritter, Eduardo Vilela, to salute our promoters of Brazil Investment Forum, President Jorge Viana, and Iliam Goldfein that presides IDB. Translation excuses for sound system is facing technical problems. Mário Covas, President Lula, used to say that microphone is like bank manager. When we need him the most, he fails. But bringing two messages, brief messages. The first message is that we had the first year, President Lula, that was surprising. In the moment that the world grows less, commodities decline, prices, Brazil surprises in the positive manner. Brazil's risk declined 27%. The average of the emerging countries is 13%. The exchange rate started with 5.4, now is 4.8. Interest rates declining, both Selic as the future interest rates. Unemployment declining. We have the lower unemployment rate. IDB gross national product increased, GDP increased, Minister Haddad. Trust is the cheapest formula of economic stimulus. Among the consumers, it increased almost 9%. Among the business community, 5%. So we had the first year with very positive results in the sense of advancing, even in the world scenario that is not so favorable. And the second message, President Lula advancing reforms and removes the bottlenecks to have the economic growth strong and sustainable. The first, Ricardo Alba, for neo-industrialization is the tax reform. It simplifies, withdraws accumulation of taxation. It alleviates tax burden on investments and exports. It reduces Brazil cost. The average worldwide to pay taxes is 200 hours to pay taxes. The ones that spend the most spend 400 hours. In Brazil, they spend 1,400 hours just to pay taxes. So the tax reform is a central aspect. The PAC, the investments program, we need investments, both public as private. It will help to increase investments in the country that are necessary, needed. The Desenrola program helping millions of people to get rid of the long debts with the banks and return to the labor market. 65% of the GDP is internal market. It's fundamental. Innovation. The government of President Lula is PR, less than 4% negative interest rates for innovation, for research, for digitalization, helping to recover the economy. And I would like to thank Hila, to IDB, for yesterday we have signed the contract of resources as a donation, not as a loan, for the unique portal of the Ministry of Industry. So by doing this, we will help more swiftly the debureaucratization, modernize, cut costs, flexibility in licensing. It was one license per operation to import and to export. Now it's a unique license to import and to export. Single license for each of the operations, reducing the cost of modernization, being able to support the GDP growth in 5.6 billion. And I would like to leave a great hug to all of you, saluting for these 2 days of event, saluting the governor, Jorge Viana, that is an enthusiast of the young Apex that celebrates 20 years old, and Ilan that presides an institution that is mature, idealized by a great Brazilian that was Juscelino Kubitschek in 1959. Good work to all of you.
Vice President Geraldo Alckmin. I'm going to ask for some technical help to solve a little problem with the microphones before we continue. So please be patient for just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we pass the floor to the President of the Republic, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
Alckmin managed to make the microphone embarrassed. I would like to first greet my comrade Alckmin and say that 10 months into our administration, I am very proud of being humble enough to invite Alckmin to be my vice president, but also to hand him the Ministry of Industry and Trade. He has been doing exceptional work. I remember Alckmin that in 2005, when we managed to reach the first 100 billion as far as the Brazilian trade balance flow, we were so happy that we put a container up on the crane at the front of the ministry, and it was there for months and months for us to show people that we had reached 100 billion. And in the same year, I had read a piece of news saying that China had managed to reach their first 100 billion USDs in international reserves. And we discussed the need for Brazil to also have international reserves. And It was incredibly joyful when in the same period we managed to reach the first $100 billion in international reserves that ended up reaching almost $400 billion. And this is what has been responsible for this country's political stability, economic stability, even when you have a complete loon governing this country. This reserve did not take away stability so that the economy does not just fall completely. Something else that I believe to be very important is the presence of our comrade George Viana at Apex, because him, through his creativity, his loyalty, has been doing extraordinary work. And what draws me the most attention in him is his optimism, because if you are not optimistic in relation to the things that you do, these things are just not going to work out. And George Viana, every day he believes that tomorrow is going to be better, that tomorrow is going to be more productive, much more productive, and thus Apex, that started as an embryo-based idea for us to strengthen our foreign trade, is today a sound and respected institution domestically as well as internationally. And thus, congratulations, Pedro, George. I'd like to thank Ministers Rui Costa, Mauro Vieira, our comrade Fernando Haddad, Carlos Savro, Marcio França, Simone Tebet, who yesterday presented to me an extraordinary program for integrating South American countries, and I hope that we are able to finish most of this program in our term in office, which is going to allow for nothing more, nothing less, that in addition to integrating South America, it is going to allow us that if we do not reach the projects that have been provided for us to reduce 10,000 kilometers between Brazil and China in our foreign trade. And you know that this is going to make a lot of difference for us and for the Chinese. And I'd like to thank Comrade Marina Silva for something which is very important, which is this symbolism in this new moment the world is living, because the world is finally noticing that the climate issue is not, something crazy ideas from university professors, from environmentalists, is not, crazy ideas from some crazy lunatic young man. No. Okay, the climate issue is serious, and the planet is giving us a warning. It is saying, look after me, do not destroy me, because if you do, you will be destroyed together with me. And this is a message that we see, the hurricanes, the cyclones, the droughts. I have just taken a trip in the Tapajós River in Alter do Chão, state of Pará, because Alchemy told me it's a beautiful place. And I went there, right? And the Tapajós River, there are places that its width reaches 32 kilometers, and this river has dried up. This river has dried up. And now, for it to fill up, we're going to wait all the rain coming from Colombia, the melting of the ice from the Andes, and for the water to reach the Tapajós River in Santarém will take 60 days. In other words, this is a warning. Okay, it's a warning that we either take this seriously or we are going to be the victims of ourselves, because humans, which is seen as the only intelligent animal, is the only animal that is so intelligent that it is capable of self-destruction. It is the only that kills with no reason. It's the only that eats without any need. It's the only animal that wants to have more than they need, and it is the one that destroys its natural habitat. Who knows? Our children may be born more intelligent than us and will be more responsible in relation to us when we're talking about looking after the planet. And I'm saying this because a lot has been said about agriculture, and this country does not need to burn anything, does not need to deforest for us to increase our agricultural production. We have almost 40 million hectares of lands that can be recovered, degraded land that may allow us to double our production of cattle, soybean, cotton, without having to destroy what we've got as far as planet environmental conservation is concerned. So people who maybe don't like Marina because she defends the Amazon a lot, you need to like her because she is doing for us what we should be doing for ourselves. I would also like to salute my friend General Amaro, head of the institutional cabinet, our comrade Paulo Pimenta, and also salute every business person in attendance here, because I'd like to say to you the following. I have been a president of a country that used to be known as a third world country. Then I was the president of a country that was a country looking to become a developing nation. Today, I am the president of a country from the global south. Looks, global south sounds much, posher, much more powerful, much more proud, really, for us to arrive at a meeting with Americans, Europeans, and we don't really feel like the ugly duckling, the one badly dressed, the little poor guy. We now, belong to the Global South family, who together correspond to almost 50% of the global population, almost 50% of foreign trade, and who together means the possibility of changing once and for all the development model putting in practice the so-called done economy. Comrade Mann, president of the National Confederation of Industry, he took office this week. I was sorry I could not be there, but I'd like to say that you're taking office in an extraordinary moment, that us to be able to defend industry, for us to defend qualified labor that works in industry, for us to defend added value. We don't need to despise agriculture. We don't need to do that, because we need to remember how much technology goes into a grain of soybean. We need to remember how much technology in genetics goes in the breeding of a cow, a pig, a chicken. We need to remember that we are producing much more in much less land. We do not need the same amount of land in order to double our production. Genetics teaches us, technology teaches us, so it's basically just using our intelligence to ensure that this country may prosper. And this country is going to prosper because you're going to have to be intelligent enough, smart enough for this to happen, because what we're doing is saying to you, we are going to ensure political stability, we're going to ensure social stability, we are going to ensure legal stability, and we are going to ensure tax stability, and we want to ensure you the possibility of you using your business intelligence to ensure that this country grows ever more. And then Alchemy, instead of reaching 600 and a few more $billion in foreign trade, why don't we establish the target of reaching 1 trillion in foreign trade and go after it? Well, when Favreau comes into my office and he says, Mr. President, we have grown in 40 new markets this was last week, and then today he says, no, Mr. President, now we're looking at 52 new markets. And this is going to happen because Brazil is now respected in the world. We have achieved this. And why have we achieved this respect in the world? Because we won the elections, we re-established democracy, and we are not doing the crazy job of doing any witch hunts, because the last administration is the last administration. What I need to think about is about this country's future, and this is why the Federal Savings Bank is doing what they know how to do, which is to make the money go around in the hands of the Brazilian people. And this is why the Brazil Bank once again is doing what they know how to do. This is why the Brazilian Development Bank, the BNDES, that in our administration managed to loan 400 billion reais. In the last administration gave 400 billion back to the government. BNDES is going to once more be the investment development bank, because this is what it was actually created for, so that we can re-establish the possibility of lending money at low interest rates, long-term low interest rates, so that the Brazilian industry may become a competitive industry. We are noticing how the Americans are trying to subsidize their so-called green industry. We know how much they are allocating to this to be able to fund the new energy mix. We are not going to subsidize. We are only going to incentivize and say that if it is up to the will of our administration, whoever wants to make investments to produce green cars, green bikes, green motorbikes, green trucks, green meat, you will not have to look any further, because there is a place called Brazil where nature ensures and guarantees us competitiveness, sun, water, and the possibility of turning into a country which is the biggest producer of clean and renewable energy on the planet. We have that potential. Brazil only needs to believe in itself. I have taken part in many international meetings. There were times, Simone, that we would arrive in the US for a meeting, and it's as if we were like the little poor guys, It's as if we're like underage. And this is why I always say is we have that complex of being, a stray dog, when we feel that we are small vis-a-vis the big countries, and we try to be bigger with the small. No, we don't need to grow vis-a-vis the small nations. No, we just need to be ourselves. Brazil has everything for us to be able to make the most of the historic moment we experience at the moment, so that we can definitively end this energy transition moment, so that we can really trigger our industrial revolution and offer opportunities to those wanting to invest here. And this is why that I, who have not traveled for 2 months, but I've traveled a lot throughout the world. I still have 3 foreign trips to take still. But before going to COP at the United Emirates on the 1st and 2nd of December, I want to go and visit Qatar. I also need to go to Saudi Arabia. And then after the Emirates, I need to go to Germany for the big meeting between Brazilian and German business people. And at all these meetings we are going to take not a speech, not the discourse, no, we are going to take and show projects that Brazil has, things that are already working, things that we want to share with Brazilian and foreign business people. I want you to know that in my government, my administration, we're not trying to sell the bed for us to sleep on the floor. We are not going to sell public assets. We are going to turn the public assets as competitive as, and to share this in relation with the private initiative in order for us to be able to improve. I want you to learn that we don't need to reduce the size of the state in order to value the private initiative. It is important for us to know that the state if it does not try to be a business person, but if it plays the driving role for the development of a country, we can have the state making healthy investments so that we can grow. You remember that in the 2008 crisis, this country didn't break because of the public banks. It didn't break alchemy, and I have faith in God and in our administration that we are going to use the public banks not to, hinder private banks, but no, to offer alternatives and opportunities of credit at lower long-term interest so that the Brazilian industry may definitively turn into a competitive industry. This is what we need, and this is what we're going to do. In January, I was in Hiroshima and I met with the IMF director, and at that time she was saying, it's because the Brazilian GDP is going to grow 0.9%. I hadn't met her yet when I said to her, well, you know what, madam, you will see that you're wrong in relation to Brazil. We are going to grow more than that, and we are growing more than that. When we assess the world economy, we are worried because things are not happening as we thought they would, but we don't assess the world's economy for us to cry about it. No, we do that for us to change, for us to enhance, improve, for us to do new things. This country next year, it's going to be the size that we want it to be, the size that we want to believe it will be. Because if we are crying, saying that we don't have this, we don't have that, and we don't do what we know how to do, we're going to do what has always been done in this country. The GDP is not going to grow, GDP is not going to increase. Brazil had the GDP growing at 14% a year, and the people are still poor. What we need to ensure is that we need to be aware that we need to make the economy grow, and the result of this growth is to distribute this, because my dream is not having social policies for the poor people. My dream is to have a society with a middle level as far as consumption, for us to really evolve and stop being the country of the future, because our future is now, is today, is tomorrow. And this depends on every one of you. And thus, George, congratulations for this event. I would like to congratulate the Brazilian business people, and I'd like to ask them to ensure, because we cannot allow for hate to reestablish in this country. This is a happy, peaceful country. This is a country that people like to party. They like football, they like music. People haven't really learned to be hateful in this country, because with hate we do nothing. Because those who perpetrate hate, really, they sow storms. Those who perpetrate love, they sow benefits. And this is what we need to do in our country. And therefore, congratulations, George. Thank you very much, and congratulations on this great event. Thank you.
Session. I invite you all to remain at the event because here on the stage next we will have the keynote session of the Ministry of the Economy, Fernando Haddad.
Keep in touch. Acabou a parte da manhã?
Senhoras e senhores,
Ladies and gentlemen, there are many business opportunities and contacts throughout the next 2 days here at the Brasil Investment Forum. I'd like to ask you to please leave the stage for the event to continue with the keynote session of the Minister of Economics, Fernanda Haddad. Please leave the stage, remain at the event, take your seats. We will come back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing our event, he is a lawyer, master in economics and doctor of philosophy by the University of São Paulo. In 2004, he took on the executive secretary of the Ministry of Education, where he became minister between 2005 and 2012. He became the mayor of São Paulo from 2013 to 2016 and stands out in his administration with the unheard of obtainance of transforming the most indebted city in the country into a liquid creditor. He has 6 titles of Doctor Honoris Causa, has written 6 books. I'm honored to welcome the Minister of Economics, Fernando Haddad. Good morning, everyone. I think that after Vice President Alckmin and President Lula, my participation in this event has decreased in importance due to the clarity in which they expose to you the state of the Brazilian economy at this moment and its potential to attract investments. It's one of the countries that most attracts investments in the world today. It's one of the countries that most grows in the world today among the emerging countries. It's going to reach almost $100 million in its trade balance, it was surprising in job generation. We may reach 2 million jobs generated this year, and this making the necessary adjustments in public accounts that were disorganized for many years, and a series of lacks of transparencies we intend to inform you about, so we can move towards accommodating this legacy in order to balance public accounts and the trajectory of Brazilian debt. It's not a simple task. It's not something that can be done without a great conviction that it must be done. But I believe that the powers of the Republic, not just the executive, but also legislative and judiciary, need to understand the challenge that is placed at the moment. I've done in all the different public manifestations, I've insisted on emphasizing the challenges that are stated and not underestimating them. It would be a very big mistake to imagine, for example, that the thesis of the century, just by the Supreme Federal Court in 2017, which led to a liability estimated in $500,000 reals, were not consequential in our balance. I would also be untrustworthy if I didn't represent a set of measures approved last year by the National Congress, not by this legislature, but that had an impact on public policies, many times disconcerting the desire of the executive, who many times actually vetoed several provisions that didn't act to our tax system any positive effects. However, vetoes were lowered, and now we are collecting the consequences of the unforeseeability, especially for public managers to face social demands that are growing, especially after the pandemic, and that demand from us a very great care for the next steps to be given. So calling attention to the discipline does not mean to be orthodox, as I have insisted many times. Calling attention to discipline is calling attention to the need for planning in the country. The country needs to plan. It can and should invest, spend, but it has to know how to do this. So the rate of return of this investment has to be sufficient to guarantee sustainability in the middle and long term of public policies. This is being zealous with public things. It knows that it means that public funds that are so difficult to collect reach their destination, producing the best results for the population in terms of assistance, innovation, public health, reindustrialization of the country, and so on. But today, I would dedicate more of your time, to a day that can be historical in our country. Exactly 40 years ago, Brazil started to long for a tax reform. I was a student at the School of Law at Largo São Francisco when the need was already being discussed to do tax reform. And doing tax reform in a democratic environment, which is a challenge because Brazil never did that in a democratic environment. And with a complex society, a more schooled society, more aware, the previous tax reforms were done in regimes that were not democratic and a population that was a lot less attentive to what was decided in Rio de Janeiro or Brasilia. So the population didn't participate in the discussions. Now the entire population, all the sectors of the economy participated in the discussions, the last ones that lasted 4 years. Since 2019, we've been working with PEC 45 in the House of Representatives and PEC 110 in the Senate. The result, which is PEC 45, shouldn't actually be called PEC 45 because it's PEC 45 PEC 110. Congressman Aguinaldo Ribeiro had good sense and collected all the subsidies of the Senate to facilitate the approval by the Senate after the approval by the House of Representatives just a few months ago. So you can see the wisdom of the legislative branch in this aspect, taking advantage of the effort of many years, approving in the House of Representatives, and a few months later we have the chance today, perhaps as a birthday present for Vice President Alckmin, who is responsible for the reindustrialization of the country. His gift is the tax reform that's been expected for 40 years. I'm saying this, Lucchese, because this is the cornerstone of the development project. We are leading forth Brazilian development with we are actually a bottleneck to development today. Many entrepreneurs know this. The disputes today are around tax planning and not efficiency in production. The most productive is not the winner, the most efficient is not the winner, but the one who has the best lawyer, the one who can put into the legislation device that opens space for judicial litigation. We are not going anywhere with this tax system. We are not able to advance with this tax system. And Minister Camilo sent the other leg of this project, which is renovation of secondary education, also another important bottleneck. The development of a country does take place with state-of-the-art technology, higher education courses, but there are no developed countries that don't offer young people quality secondary education for those who don't want to go to university. And we see that 50% of young people in the OCDE are not going to university, but they have the right to professionalization, they have the right to professional certificate, to insertion in the work market with dignity and adequate salaries. If we make this agenda advance, we will have a lot to contribute to future generations, a lot. And I would say that the task for all of us today, if anyone here knows a senator, don't miss the opportunity to call this senator today and make an appeal. It's not a matter of government and opposition. It's not PT and PL, the different parties. One thing that is generational, that will produce effects over decades, cannot be the object of political polarization at this level. We can't close the issue against tax reform. Appeal to the senator that you are familiar with. Tell them to put partisan dispute to the side today and put the interests of the country in first place. This will be a great day if we do this. President Alckmin has every right to do it, but he took all the data that I was going to share with you about the Brazilian economy and has already presented them, like employment, GDP, interest rates, exchange. I'm not going to repeat what he said because it's all true, and he knows more than anyone because he follows the daily work of industry, trade, services, the need to continue advancing in the economic agenda, and tax reform is an item of a dozen, part of which The Congress already manifested itself favorably to the government after many discussions, amendments, and changes, but it approved it. But we still have an agenda until the year, which is heavy in Congress, besides tax reform, to preserve tax reform in the first place, because it says in the constitutional amendment that it'll be neutral as a proportion of the GDP, but we need to close the gap of public deficit, fighting tax waste, fighting unfair tax expenditures that enrich the rich and impoverish the poor. They make the rich richer and leave the poor with no school, no doctor, no health center. We can't admit that. We have created a series of mechanisms in the recent past to improve public health, public schools, public social services, and we need to give tax sustainability to the expenses that were authorized next year and for which there was no funding source. So there are two tasks to be fulfilled. On the one hand, guaranteeing the neutral transition of tax reform, and on the other hand, fighting tax waste, tax expenditures that has reached levels of more than 6% of the GDP, just at the federal level. But also 4% of the subnational GDP. We're talking about 10% of the GDP. Half of that was wasted because of the lack of tax reform, because it's meritorious. No one wants to tax philanthropic health organizations, something like that. Everyone can understand who has the capacity to pay or not. But fighting tax waste is very important to rebalance accounts. It's very important, first, so the adjustments don't fall on the shoulders of the poor, as happened in the last 7 years. We can't repeat that mistake. So, fortunately, trade in Brazil, hunger is decreasing very much in Brazil. Deforestation is being reduced, but a lot of sacrifice has been done in the last few years, meaning impoverishment of the population that most needs attention and that we cannot leave without assistance. So let's rebalance the accounts, but looking at what effectively waste. And I would say to you with no doubt that tax expenses are perhaps the biggest weight because they're the most opaque of expenditures. No one has an idea of where this money is going. Now we're giving transparency to everything so Brazilian society can follow what is happening to its money effectively, so we can lead the Brazilian economy to a level of tax sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. President Lula defined these pillars as access of the plan of economic development of Brazil in the beginning, already in the elections and in his inauguration speech. We have to seek social stability, tax stability, and not make adjustments based on those who are needy. But we have to reindustrialize the country based on new assumptions to which we are connected by nature, because we have competitive advantages that are uncommon in the planet to attract investments offering clean energy, as President Lula, to make green production happen here. Yes, we can export clean energy, but why not produce green products based on this clean energy? We are going to export lithium and green hydrogen. Why can't we use lithium to make a battery or green hydrogen to make make green steel or a green car. We can do a lot here, and we have mapped a set of investment in solar energy, aeolic, biofuels that gives possibilities to Brazil that no other country has. Now we have to make partnerships with Europe, with Asia. Our partnership is very strong because they need what we produce. But we need to establish partnership with Europe. The agreement is necessary. We need partnerships with the U.S. We need to be considered a priority market for American investments. And we consider the U.S. market as a priority for Brazilian products. There's no reason to turn our backs to the U.S. As Minister Simone said, we have to intensify South American integration. We have to look again at this agenda. It's wrong to turn our backs to our neighbors. It's a mistake, especially when they are in difficulties. We are able to do the physical immigration from the point of view of infrastructure, but Georgie, we have to stop the borders between our countries and start creating a real environment of a common market. We can be not a market of 200 million, but a market of 450 million. We can negotiate with our trade partners, not in 4 countries, but in 10, perhaps 13 countries. Negotiate with the United States, with the EU. We have a country here from the EU because France is connected to South America and also China, not in isolation, but to sit together as a block of 400 million inhabitants with more integrated infrastructure and market. We have to, as President Lula and President Altman said, we have to invest once again in technology. Brazil can't lose the best it has. It's talent, it's in engineering, in medicine, in everything, in agrarian sciences. Brazil has a huge potential for knowledge production, for publications with economic impact. All of this has to be reinvigorated in Brazil. Let's look at what Embrapa did. What our Embrapir can also still do was created by our governance to support the industry. But it's no use wanting to support the industry with this tax system. You can have the best patent in the world. If you're in the middle of chaos, of the tax chaos in which we are, it will be very difficult to seek a threshold of excellency to compete in Brazil and abroad, especially at a time when globalization is retracting and protectionist barriers are being raised throughout the development world. So we need to follow these clear objectives. We have to have a clear agenda of development and not allow it to become discoordinated. To agree upon the organization of the branches, especially the legislative branch, which is the one who decides on these themes. You know, it's not the executive branch that gives the laxed world. Constitutional amendments are proclaimed without going through the presidency of the Republic. Laws can be sanctioned or vetoed, but the final prerogative is in the Congress. So everything ends up in the Congress, in the Parliament. So it's essential for us to integrate, to have a single purpose, which is the development of our country. I close by once again making the same appeal I've done before. It is time for us to take to the Senate a chorus of the entire country so that today and not tomorrow the plenary can give us the last word for this longing of 40 years, making Brazil one of the most modern tax systems of the country, leaving the position 184 it now occupies according to the World Bank ranking. It's unacceptable for the 9th economy in the world to occupy this shameful position when it comes to the pillars of development, which is its tax system, which must be just to produce the best development from the social and fiscal point of view that we can reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister of the Economy, Fernando Haddad. Continuing our event, we will now move to the first panel, Brazil in the Path of the Future. I will invite the head of the newspaper Valor, Fernando Exman, and along with him in this first panel, I also invite the Secretary of Industrial Development and Innovation, Commerce and Services, Wallace Moreira, the Vice President of Countries of IDB, Anabel Gonçalves, the Brazil Director of the World Bank, Johannes Zult, the President of Citibank Brazil, Marcelo Maragon. So please come to the stage for our first panel. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you here. Secretary is arriving. Let's grab a chair for the secretary. Now, with a complete team, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here as a member of this first panel after the opening ceremony on the class of Minister Haddad as well. I would like to share the responsibility with my colleagues of this panel once we will have to keep the high level after big speeches and also to compete with our audience as well. We know that we'll face this challenge properly. What we have now is to make two remarks, two initial considerations here. We'll see what are the challenges of the Brazilian economy, both in the investments, attraction, and the bottlenecks on the structural aspect of the economy. So I'd like to open the floor to those who can aggregate to our speech, and then we'll talk informally. Would you like to start, Secretary? So initially I would like to salute Apex and IDB for this event, an event of extremely importance given the relevant role that the investment has to activate the economic activity of a country. And it's with a lot of happiness that I'm here representing the Ministry of Industry, led by the Vice President and Minister Geraldo Alckmin, that has a project of neo-industrialization. It's a project that we are building from the first day in this cabinet, along with other ministries and private stakeholders, consolidating a proposal of new industrialization in the National Council of Industrial Development, where we have 21 ministries represented, and BNDES, and representatives of the civil society, looking upon the perspective of presenting to the society by December of this year a project of new industrialization in 6 big missions, with agro-industrial chains, economic, health, industrial complex, infrastructure, digital transformation, that are fundamental elements, and the energy transition for the construction of the project of new industrialization of Brazil. We will go until the end of this year to present this project, but before we do it, we are already since January, building various policies to promote and development the productive chains in Brazil, and simultaneously to attract investments that may be strategic partners to develop these productive chains, and at the same time to produce a better international insertion in competitive ways with products with high add value that have an impact in the generation of jobs and income. This is a great objective of new industrialization and of the program of government of the Lula's government. The main objective is to produce high qualified jobs and income to make the more precious to the economy, which is to assist internal market needs. Thank you, Secretary. Annabelle, good morning. Vice President of Countries of IDB, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy for being here. And not to tire you with my mixed Portuguese and Spanish, it's better to change to...
For this opportunity, and I would like to say that even as the world faces a risky and economic landscape that is challenging and that impacts investors' decisions, there are a number of opportunities that arise, and Brazil is very well placed to take these opportunities. And let me highlight 3 areas of opportunities as I see them, and we've heard a little bit about them today. The first one is the energy transition. We know, of course, that there is a significant structural change in the energy system regarding supply and consumption, and that this is key to limit climate change. But moving from the intensive use of fossil fuels towards the development of renewables will not be easy, and a lot of investment will be required. And from this perspective, Brazil is very well positioned to attract this investment. Not only does it have access to critical minerals, including rare earth, but it also has, of course, the largest renewable base.
Não foi assim que me ensinaram, assim é para sair em inglês.
It also has, of course, it's a leader in global bioenergy, and great potential in terms of developing a bioeconomy as well. So that's the first opportunity. The second opportunity is the digital transformation. And we are seeing this today with new technologies, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, 5G, and others that are changing the way in which we do business, in which investors take their investment decisions, and in which people live their lives. So let me say here that Brazil also has very important opportunities. It has the most dynamic innovation ecosystem in the region, with huge potential to drive the digital transformation. In 2021, Brazil's startup ecosystem received a record investment of $9.4 billion. And this is quite impressive. Brazil was also the base of more than half of all firms in Latin America that attained unicorn status. And it is home to about 200 agricultural technology firms which have played a very important role in driving productivity increases. And the third opportunity that I want to highlight is diversification of supply chains. The need for increased resilience and ongoing trade and technology tensions are driving firms' increased interest in diversification of supply chains, influencing FDI patterns. And here, positive regional and country-specific factors underpin Brazil's large potential for strengthening its value chains, for example, in aerospace parts, wind turbines, food preparations, pharmaceuticals, office equipment, and more. Opportunity abound not only in the goods value chains, but also in the services value chains, including reinsurance and other financial services, consultancy services, business process outsourcing, and more. I recently learned, for example, that Brazil is a powerhouse in gaming, with one company, Wildlife, selling games to more than 100 countries across the world.
Muito obrigado, Johannes Uth. Agradeço também a presença, diretor para o Brasil do Banco Mundial. Por favor, suas considerações.
I thank you for your Zutz, for your presence, your initial remarks. Thank you very much, Fernando. I would like to start asking apologies for my bad Portuguese. I arrived 14 months ago in this country, and I'm still learning how to speak Portuguese properly. I haven't spoken any Spanish or Portuguese in 15 months, though I feel sorry for my limited vocabulary and my terrible accent, and also for my bad grammar. But I want to speak of two things. Firstly, my concern and of the World Bank with the need of promoting a marriage, stronger marriage and sustainable here in Brazil. The President and Vice President and Minister of the Economy talked about this subject this morning. Brazil grew only 0.5% per capita annually speaking between 2010 and 2021, in comparison with 4% for countries of mid-high income. At this point, the struggle against inequality in Brazil depends more on the programs of income transference, which is a sign of an economy that is facing difficulties. Brazil needs to increase the creation of more jobs. This is very important. And to increase the productivity, the World Bank offers a proposal with various options to modernize the infrastructure, to improve the business environment and investments environment, to reduce the Brazil cost. In this case, the tax reform is very relevant and making possible to increase the technological advance and modernization, and to promote competition and integration through trade. But behind these four challenges, there is a great challenge, the main one, which is the need in Brazil of changing its current growth model that depends on use more inputs for a model that uses more the already existing inputs in the more productive manner. The growth of productivity in the industry and in the services has been stagnated or negative for the last 2 decades. It won't be possible to Brazil to become a country of high income in this manner. As economist Paul Krugman mentioned, the productivity is not everything, but it's almost everything. So if Brazil increases the rate of growth of productivity to a level registered here in Brazil in the years of in the 60s until the 70s of last century, Brazil could grow between 4 and 5% per capita per year. And if Brazil managed to reach the level of productivity of the United States, it's possible for Brazil to triple its income per capita. So this is my main message to you. But I want to say also about the big opportunity here in Brazil. The opportunity for the country to benefit from climate action, a wide climate action. And a lot of speakers mentioned this topic this morning. For Brazil may control the main factors of climate changes as it may complete a deep decarbonization of its economy at a cost near business as usual. I don't know how to say this in Portuguese. Trade as usual. Why is this possible? Because Brazil has at this point a supply of electric power of low carbon of about 80% of the total. And Brazil has also a great potential, additional potential of renewable energy sources. So it's possible that the supply of energy of Brazil becomes totally decarbonized without increasing the costs that are estimated in business as usual. And betterly, it's possible for Brazil to utilize its supply of green energy, electricity, but also to add with green hydrogen in an efficient manner to decarbonize the transportation, the industry, and also the cities. This is deep decarbonization process, and Brazil may do it at a net cost that it's only about 0.05 points more above business as usual. It's a very low cost when comparison with other countries of the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcelo Marangon, City Country Officer, Citibank. Please, I'd like to pass you the floor. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'd like to congratulate Apex for the initiative. I think it's a unique time of the country. A great honor to represent City County Officer here, Citibank, in discussing business opportunities. Today, Citibank is the biggest bank in the world in terms of physical presence in 95 countries. Brazil is our fifth country, so you can have an idea of its relevance. It's been growing successively. We have a lot of ambition for it. So this shows not only business opportunities, but the sustainability of the foreign investment in the country. We also agree with the agenda and three main pillars: power transition, food security, and protection of nature. Brazil can stand out and will stand out in all of these pillars. And we as a global bank also think that the financial sector has to have not only a role of protagonism, but of growth induction. Therefore, we allocate our global capital, our human capital, to develop solutions, invest in technology, for special operations and best practices to support private companies, global companies, and governments in their respective growths. So it'll be a pleasure to discuss future opportunities here with you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marcelo, an economist from XP Investments, XP Investimentos. Thank you, Fernando. Congratulations, Apex, for the event. It's a pleasure to be back here. I was here about 2 editions ago. I also would like to congratulate the IDB for the organization and the wonderful work being done under the leadership of the President. For us at XP, it's a pleasure to be part of this discussion. The discussion of investments in Brazil in the short term and especially long term has been growing. Brazil, as was said here by several discussants, has all the conditions to attract not only the traditional flows of investments, but new fluxes, new countries, new sovereign funds that are coming to the market seeking investments. And we feel this very much because of the demand. I'm sure Marangona is feeling this here too at Citibank, receiving companies and governments from many parts of the world thinking of doing investments in Brazil. And we have challenges to be able to surf on this wave of deglobalization post-pandemic, short-term and long-term challenges. The long-term challenges, actually the short-term challenges are connected to stability. In Brazil, the topic of stability of public accounts is still very important. Minister Fernando Haddad has been making great efforts on the side of the revenue, where he mentions that reducing tax injustice is a Herculean effort, but it's very important to do, allocating better scarce resources. And it's also important to have an aware vision on the side of expenses. So when we have to balance, are all expenses really necessary? Where should we focus our efforts? Where should we attract foreign investments and not use public funds? I think that's an important short-term discussion that will end up by stabilizing inflation and allow the central bank that was able to fight higher inflation in the past, now in a period of falling inflation, can bring lower interests, which are the basic fuel of entrepreneurism. We're very enthusiastic at XP about entrepreneurism, and low interests are necessary for that. We achieved that in the recent past, and it's very important for it to continue in the future. And we have long-term challenges too. I think the topic of productivity is key. I think it was stated perfectly that productivity has to do with human capital, infrastructure, and there are projects addressing this or seeking this, and also innovation, technology, digitalization. We know that there is a very deep and strong basic research for innovation, but it doesn't necessarily reach the state of the art. The IDB has very good work about this at the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We discussed this topic a lot too, how to make basic research become, at the end, more products, more production, more income, more employment. This is part of productivity, but there are lacking structural issues. It's no use having a state-of-the-art research in the Internet of Things, IoT, if we don't have the productivity going where it needs to go. So there's this paradox of innovation that many times means that innovation doesn't happen for lack of basic conditions for innovation to actually become more productivity. Brazil has advanced in the several many governments. I think we have relevant reforms throughout the last 3 decades. Brazil is a country today that is much better prepared to surf on this wave. We're very optimistic at XP about the future and the growth of the country. We bet on Brazil. We are a Brazilian company. Like many others, international companies are also welcome and are part of this ecosystem. And I think all of us here have to make an effort to create the conditions for investments to come and transform Brazil, to generate employment, income, and a better quality of living, and also reduce inequality, which was a very well-stated point. It's a pleasure to be here in this discussion. Thank you, Caio. Now we have a little more than 20 minutes for conversation. So my proposal, I'll make an initial instigation, and whoever wants to participate, we can just look at each other and continue. So the idea is for all of you to be able to share ideas, but basically closing what have been said, President Lula spoke connecting to the message of the Secretary about the need for an industrial policy that is not confused with concepts of subsidy and incentive, that doesn't confuse these two terms. It has to do with the discussion of the size of the state, and the instruments can be used to induce growth and improve the business environment. So I'd like to understand, in name of the Secretary, how will this industrial policy deal with this dichotomy, or this false dichotomy, and how multilateral bodies can help improve the environment of the country and increase productivity, improve the legal environment, and based on that, how will people in the financial market see this context, and what is the impact of this discussion in investment attraction? Well, I think it's important, also based on what was said, there are two essential elements within the project of neo-industrialization: productivity and competitiveness. And how do these two dimensions participate in the perspective of neo-industrialization? We always have two different points of focus, innovation and sustainability, and they're in a dialogue, because talking about energy transition is talking about innovation and technological routes that are necessarily connected to new mechanisms, new forms of innovation, particularly discussing with the 4.0 technological frontier, which in essence is disruptive, generating windows of opportunity where Brazil has an extraordinary potential. At this moment, it's fundamental, because when we speak about the instruments available, we need to assess what the world is doing. Brazil can't move away from what the world is doing. So what is the world? If you look at the US, Europe, Asia, what are the instruments of economic policies they're using to promote a process of strengthening the productive capacity? The OECD, the World Bank, the IMF recognize that the whole world today is going through a process of reindustrialization, trying to strengthen its productive chains in face of what happened in the world post-2008 crisis and COVID crisis. You have more resilient chains that are stronger, and that's essential to direct and coordinate all the actions in the world through one word, which is sovereignty. And in the words of Minister Fernando Haddad, we are seeking this in Brazil. We don't want to transform our green potential into green neo-colonialization. No, we want to strengthen our production chains. We don't want to just export lithium. We want to produce electrical batteries. We don't just want to offer raw material inputs. We want to process. We have to have developed national capacities. That's why in CNDI we are having a dialogue about this, and an essential element in this process of construction first is the tax reform led by Minister Fernando Haddad, the plan of ecological transformation, PAC, and the measures that are being implemented in the Ministry of Science and Technology as PADIS, which stimulates semiconductors, and we have the special regime for the chemical industry to strengthen investments in that sector, the program for the development of several technological routes, and the program of accelerated depreciation. This is very important because for many years the demand of aggregate demand in Brazil, the GDP, is pushed forward by GDP with a rate of 18, 14, 13 of growth of the GDP. For us to grow sustainably long term, we need a rate of investment in GDP and around 25%. And for this, the partnerships we've seen in PAC with foreseen investment of 1.7 trillion will be essential for us to surprise the world in the next few world, pushed forward by investment, not consumption, promoting the social insertion of the population into the benefits of the increase in wealth. We believe in that. Another very important action is the return of BNDES as the strategic development bank for Brazil. And here I want to mention the Vice President and Luiz America Danchi, who are working to promote innovation in the long term, so Brazil is in the technological frontiers. Today we have 20 billion to promote a PR, 4% nominal, to fund innovation in Brazil, and the partnership with other countries will be essential because other countries have the technological domain of certain productive sectors, and having partnerships to internalize this technology is essential. Caio mentioned the fact that we use research in Brazil to make it more real, more effective. This is called improving the national system of innovation in Brazil, bringing actors together, public and private companies, government, universities, and technological institutes, so we can promote innovation and transform the Brazilian productive structure to be more competitive internationally. What the Secretary said has a lot to do with what Caio said about the scenario post-COVID, how to face the challenge of looking at the internal market and also the foreign market, not only as an exporter of commodities. This is a vision that you have repeated very strongly. Yes, I think we have a gigantic opportunity to improve our position in international trade. Brazil is very closed because it's big. Brazilian companies solve their issues domestically, but we can go beyond, and I think to go beyond and take advantage of these changes, we have to reduce our barriers, we have to integrate more with international trade. In my vision, we need homogeneous policies to allow the flourishment of investments, of the growth of sectors. We have to create conditions, and thus things will advance. If we try to advance without creating conditions, this is the history of our several decades. So our focus has to be to create conditions so we can plug into this reopening of international trade. Marcelo, I can see that you're anxious to speak, but before passing the floor, I want to ask an additional question. The Secretary spoke of the role of BNDES. The current government has also sought to improve and propose changes in the framework of the credit market. How is Citibank dealt with these proposals for reformulation of the legal framework of the financial market and the credit market, and also the return of BNDES to its previous role in this new context? Excellent. I took the initiative to talk about this to connect Caio's and the Secretary's points. We also think that the country has a unique opportunity to reposition itself in a better position in the global scenario. The Secretary talked about looking at the world. An important point is relative competitiveness. We can't just look at ourselves internally, our projects, our solutions. To include Brazil in the world, we need to talk about social global solutions, and there are best practices in many countries and regions. So when we look, the Vice President mentioned, and Haddad also, about tactic actions that we are carrying out in tax reform, in improving doing business in Brazil. So small changes like documentation, the Vice presentation. imports and exports. This brings a strategic repositioning in terms of a great gain of productivity. And the same thing happens with funding. We have great partnerships with IDB and multilateral agencies. We have to bring the global pattern to the Brazilian projects and not develop solutions that only work for Brazil, because this facilitates investment attraction. So we asked how financial institutions can facilitate this connection by connecting financial investors, strategic investors, multilateral agencies, our own capital and innovation to make projects possible, but in global standards. And when it's not possible to work with global standards, then we develop local solutions. I think BNDES has been doing that very well, looking at sectors and solutions that require this customization. So we look with good eyes at this whole agenda in the financial sector of innovation with digital coins and other innovations, which brings gains not only to companies for easier business, but also for consumers. It becomes easier and safer to move their money in the local market. As to this environment of the credit market, do you have anything to add about space, opportunities, challenges? Yes, the market is super competitive. It's open to local and global players. We have here two great local and global representatives. The measures really facilitate credit concession. The most recent one will avoid the duplicities and discounts of receivables and bring more legal security. So these are tactic actions that promote the development and growth of credit. We have increased our exposure in Brazil significantly, not only in foreign currency, but especially through our local balance solutions in local currency. As to standardization and global references to help Brazil achieve a better position, I think we have two people who can help us enlighten this debate, I think. So I'd like to take advantage to go into this topic. I'd like to ask you, Anis, what traps should Brazil avoid? What economies with the average income have faced and that Brazil risks facing? And for Annabelle, how can the IDB somehow help Brazil enter this and have this standard as a reference and model its public policies and its legal framework to have more competitiveness to and attract more investment?
Thank you, Fernando. A lot of people talk about the trap, the mid-income trap, by countries that didn't manage to provide a transition between the level of countries of mid-income and countries of high income. It's a fact that in 1990 it was about 140 countries in the world of mid-income. Today only 110. So during 30 years, the last 30 years, about 30 countries made this transition. Approximately 10 of those through the vision of the European Union, others exploiting natural resources, many times oil, and others, mainly countries of Eastern Asia, making reforms, agricultural reforms, and also investments in education. But there are still about 110 countries that are captured in this level. And what is the problem? In my opinion, it is not really a trap. It's a description of a period of development that is very hard to be faced by all countries. When it's needed the country to change in as a whole the political and economical system to make the best use of natural resources, reorganizing the means of production of goods and services, and also to redistribute the risks, the costs, and the benefits of this production. This is a moment where all the forces need to be aligned to improve the productivity, which is a condition absolutely needed to improve the long-term growth. This is the main challenge. And it's hard, for these changes require a period of creative destruction to replace the approach and technologies that are not functional anymore, to adjust and adapt them, maybe to invent new technologies that may function betterly. And frequently, these changes that are expensive and risky, because they do not function every time, equally when they function or when they worked, the advantages of these new technologies could be visible only much later, while the disadvantages, the expenditures, the risks, the losses of jobs are visible approximately immediately. So the main question of the mid-income countries is if the political elite and economic has the willingness and the patience to embrace a transition of the economy in which the most dynamic companies are favored, are assisted to challenge and to replace bigger companies that are not competitive anymore and that do not have success in innovating or create new products to implement their advantages. This is a very big challenge, and because of this reason is there why many mid-income countries are in this trap of mid-income. Annabelle, thank you.
One point that was made before, which is that the competition to attract foreign direct investment is fierce and it is global. So in this sense, improving the business environment to attract investment is key. We at the IDB have been working to strengthen Brazil's institutional capacity, including at the subnational level, to attract investment, with APEX doing a great work there. But it is important to complement this with reforms in 5 major policy areas. One is, and has been mentioned here, remove barriers to business growth. Brazil is a market that is less regulated than other emerging economies, such as India or Indonesia, but it's still, the regulatory framework is still less competition-friendly than other OECD countries. So here, streamlining regulatory frameworks, the reform that was adopted in the area of taxation is a very important step in this regard. Strengthening compliance mechanisms, bringing technology to bear on the regulatory framework is very important. The second reform is boosting investment in resilient and sustainable infrastructure. And here we believe there are a number of measures that could help. For example, improving long-term planning, strengthening the regulatory and institutional framework for public infrastructure, bringing in, mobilizing private capital for long-term financing could also help to close the infrastructure gap. We also see that it's very important to support integration with regional and international markets. Internationalization of the economy is very relevant, has been mentioned by my colleague Johannes from the World Bank, from other speakers as well. And here, a strong trade facilitation agenda is key, and I will come to say a few words on how we're working with the government in this area. Fourth area of support is fostering the digital transformation. Here, investing in connectivity across different regions in the country. It's also important to attract investment, but also to diversify investment so that many regions in the country can benefit, and that we can also help through investment to close divides within the country. A fifth area where reforms could also help is to strengthen the capacity to build on green growth, and a lot has been said in this regard. So let me just briefly highlight three areas in which the BG is working with Brazil to implement some of these reforms. First, the program Portal Único de Comercio Exterior, which is Brazil's main initiative to facilitate international trade with BG's support, will allow almost half of total imports to be streamlined under the new Proceso de Importação by the end of 2024. And just yesterday, our president, Ilan Golfan, signed with Vice President Altim a letter of intent for the BG to support the development of Brazil's program for trade facilitation and export promotion. We also support a program Brasil Más Digital, again, to strengthen capacities in these areas. We are also an important partner in building public-private partnerships in Brazil, including in the area of infrastructure, and also some very important projects, including regional cooperations, to begin to explore what needs to be done to leverage Brazil's capabilities, for instance, in the area of solar energy production. So these are a few examples of how we work with the government, and we are very, very proud to partner with the government and the private sector in this area. Thank you.
Muito obrigado. Bom, antes que a organização me mate, todo mundo que está com fome, saia em apoio à organização.
Before the organization kills me, I would like, before wrapping up, to give an opportunity for everyone to give a short remark as final consideration, so we cannot go too much over the schedule. And as for a matter of justice, as we started with the Secretary, I start by the reverse way, starting with Caio. I would like to thank you and congratulate you for the panel. Just highlighting the aspect of the stability, the challenge of the public accounts is critical, for if we have a debt growing, or even in our families are in the red, they suffocate us and don't let us think in the long term. So to balance the short-term finances and focus on the reforms that we have been doing and take advantage of the opportunities and challenges that the world is presenting us, I think Brazil is in the right path. Thank you for the panel. I believe there are two main points to strengthen the words of Caio. It's very important to define a doable goal, to bring foreseeability, to bring trust, and trust will bring investments. So I think that the solid bases for growth are well addressed. The second point is count with the financial sector. We have a role of induction, very important, and knowing of our protagonism. And along with the private sector and the governments, we will be able to assist this huge amount of projects to redirect Brazil in the global process. Johannes, your time. Thank you, Fernando. I would like to say only that the government needs to do everything that it can to help the private sector to have success, including to stimulate competition. This is very important. The World Bank is here to help the government to make this happen. Thank you. Annabelle, please.
I would also like to emphasize the importance of unleashing the private sector, the power of the private sector, and increasing productivity. I think this is critical in going forward for Brazil, and some of the reforms that I mentioned on the regulatory environment, infrastructure, skills development, greater competition, including through international trade, are all very relevant.
Obrigado, secretário Wallace.
Bom, eu queria só agradecer.
Thank you, Secretary Wallace. I would like to thank and salute all the members for the event. Overcoming the trap of the mid-income doesn't exist in any world experience without technological innovation, without domain of the technological innovation. All countries that overcome the trap of mid-income invested in innovation, and this is what we'll be doing in the government Lula with the new industrialization project. Thank you. To finalize, many times we get used to listen that Brazil is the country of the future. Many times we also get frustrated with that. And I believe that this panel with the name, which is the path to the future, we may be able to debate the main challenges, the main obstacles to be overcome so this sentence becomes a reality someday. I would like to thank you to Apex and to the board of direction of Valor Econômico, and to thank to everyone that has stood with us until the end. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to all the members of this panel, and now I invite you all to lunch that has been served in the same place of the welcome coffee. There's an access to the underground level in the circular stair. There's also another access by the entrance of the palace. You can also require the assistance of the receptionist that will assist you. Also take advantage, please, to walk through the lounge in this very same floor. At the left you have the lounge of the regions, where we'll be able to talk and discuss with many representatives of the Brazilian states. At the end we have a meeting point where the business people can schedule meetings. It's only a matter of access the magic link that you'll receive today when arrived. You also received at the entrance of the event a card voucher that gives you the right to a t-shirt, and you can withdraw this t-shirt and know all the process of production, knowing about sustainability and traceability of the process of cotton. And once again, as a hint for those who like a good coffee, a fine new information along the event, you'll be able to enjoy the special coffee of BSCA at the end of this room by the stairs of the palace. I salute you now and say farewell, and those who will continue to present the Forum of Investments right after lunch is Adalgisa Pires. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and a special request for all to return on schedule at 2 p.m. so this event continues to happen in the proper schedule. See you later.
com a floresta é dos brasileiros. Um agro forte que alimenta o planeta é do Brasil. E o trabalho duro, a pesquisa de ponta, o desenvolvimento tecnológico é dos brasileiros. Ser reconhecido pela capacidade produtiva, matriz energética limpa, inovação e pelo maior programa de inclusão social do mundo também é do Brasil. Assim como ser respeitado pelo talento que conquista o mundo é dos brasileiros. A Apex Brasil leva nosso país para o mundo todo, promovendo produtos do Brasil e o talento dos brasileiros. As exportações estão batendo recordes, trazendo os melhores resultados da história. Nosso país está indo cada vez mais longe e conquistando a posição que merece no mundo. É do Brasil, é sustentável, é para o mundo todo. Apex Brasil. Governo Federal, União e Reconstrução.
De programas estruturantes e de iniciativas estratégicas, o BID apoia o país para que encontre o caminho do crescimento econômico de maneira sustentável, inclusiva e duradoura. Por meio de nossos programas, apoiamos famílias agricultoras na adoção de técnicas de cultivo que aliam preservação ambiental e produtividade agrícola. Somos o único banco multilateral com uma área dedicada à região amazônica que busca fomentar modelos de desenvolvimento econômico sustentável e inclusivo, visando beneficiar suas diversas comunidades. Também apoiamos protagonistas da economia brasileira a mobilizar recursos no crescente mercado de bonds ou títulos temáticos, em parceria com atores como o BNDES, Banco do Brasil, Eletrobras e Banco ABC Brasil. E com nossos parceiros, trabalhamos buscando inovar em setores como o de transportes. Nosso foco sempre tem como prioridade o maior ativo do país, as pessoas. Em Salvador, estamos ajudando a impulsionar o turismo como fonte de trabalho, renda e vocação para microempreendedores, especialmente mulheres negras. Prestamos suporte técnico e financeiro às secretarias de saúde e também ao setor privado para o enfrentamento da Covid-19 e seus efeitos também nas finanças hospitalares. Visando capacitar jovens para o mercado de trabalho de tecnologia, ajudamos a levar cursos de programação a mulheres, negras e trans. Para que o país e seus cidadãos realizem seu potencial, também canalizamos esforços e recursos para que o país avance em sua infraestrutura física e digital. São 26 milhões de reais em investimentos viabilizados com o apoio do BID para a estruturação de parcerias público-privadas no país. Já no setor de água e saneamento, com o Programa Socioambiental dos Igarapés de Manaus, Prosamin, estamos há 15 anos ajudando a superar o desafio das palafitas. Além disso, oferecemos suporte à transformação digital do país, pois acreditamos no seu potencial para trazer mais eficiência e produtividade. E como o Grupo BID se estrutura para apoiar o Brasil? Com mais de 120 profissionais com profundo conhecimento do país alocados nos nossos escritórios de Brasília e São Paulo, o Grupo BID é parceiro histórico do desenvolvimento do Brasil. Oferecemos ao país apoio ao setor público por meio do BID, às empresas do setor privado por meio do BID Invest e ao ecossistema de inovação por meio do BID Lab. Mais do que financiamento, oferecemos conhecimento técnico e fazemos a ponte entre soluções locais, regionais e globais. Banco Interamericano de Desenvolvimento.
Olá, boa tarde, sejam...
Good afternoon. Well, now, after this lunch, thanking you for your presence, you that have been with us during through our digital channels. My name is Pires, and I'll be here in the Palace of Itamaraty regarding then the 6th edition of Brasil Investment Forum. It will take care of address now the issue. Private investment with social economical impact. We'll have now Mr. James from the IDB and the CFO from Águas do Rio Angel, André de Oliveira Pires, also Executive Director of Reprograma, Nádia Brandão, and the CFO of the Israeli Hospital of São Paulo, Lisa. Be most welcome. We remind you that this event has simultaneous translation in Spanish and English. Feel free to do and present any questions or doubts regarding the equipment. And now I open the floor to the moderator. Good morning. It's a pleasure to. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be with you. I will talk in English, not to hurt with my poor Portuguese.
Today for the invitation. My name is James Scriven. I'm the CEO of IDB Invest, as you saw in the video with the private sector arm of the IDB Group, and I'll be hosting this panel today. It is always great to be over here. Brazil is our largest portfolio, our largest client. Over the last few years, we've done about $10 billion of investments in the country, and it's about 18% of our portfolio. So we worked across various different sectors to create development in this country. In this panel, we want to talk about public and private sector, how they can work together to collaborate in the challenges that we're facing in the development of Brazil. We're taking advantage of having some distinguished panel that shares their expertise, many of them that are working today with IDB Invest. So with that, I wanted to introduce the panel. Andrés Pires Oliveira Diaz, he's the CFO of Aegea Saneamento. Patricia Leisnock, CFO of Hospital Albert Einstein. And Nadia Brandão, CEO of Reprograma. So with that, I'd like to start with one question for all of you. And then if we can go individually to answer those questions. Here at BIF, Brazil Investment Forum, we have both public and private sector actors for whom considering social impact of their activities is central to their operating strategy. In this context, how does collaboration between public and private sector maximize your work and increase your ability to maximize impact? Why don't we start with you, Andrés?
Boa tarde a todos.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Jim, for the opportunity. Nadia, Patrice, it's a pleasure to be here discussing with you this topic. Answering to your question, Jim, talking specifically of our area, of the area of sanitation, Brazil has still today 50% of its population without access to proper collection of sanitation and residues. This is about 100 million people, and we have around 16% of the population without access to treated water, to drinkable water. So there are more than 30 million inhabitants without treated water. So we have a huge gap to cover in these coming years. The sanitation market was regulated and approved in June 2020 foresees that we reach universalization in the coverage of sewers and treated water until 2033. So we are talking of reaching 90% of coverage in sanitation and 99% in treated water. This in the next 10 years. For us to reach this marks that have been established by the legal mark of sanitation. We need investments that some estimates talk about 800 billion reais, some others talk about 900 billion reais, and some talk about 1 trillion reais in the next 10 years, and we know that's quite difficult. In this sense, besides the fact of being a private company but surrenders a public utility service, we believe that to get there, we cannot get there by ourselves. It won't be just through the commercial channels on the capital market, but also the private resources or the public resources of the public companies will somehow collaborate so we can reach this target. There are various models of concession in the sanitation sector. IGEA had the good fortune and the righteousness after the sanitation mark being successful regarding some disputes about concessions, like it was in Rio de Janeiro, where SEDAI, where we won the 2 main blocks. We also recently won the auction of Corsan, the company of sanitation of Rio Grande do Sul, but we also operate with various public-private partnerships. So today AGL operates about 9 public-private partnerships, the most recent one in Ceará, the metropolitan region of Fortaleza, and even more recently a PPP with Sanipar, the sanitation company of Paraná State. So it's super important that we have a joint work between the public and the private sector so we can reach this objective. Our purpose is to reduce the gap of sanitation in Brazil, and for that objective we count with the partnership of the public entities, finalizing, and it's important to mention, the partnership with multilateral agencies like IDB. So IDB is supporting us and is financing us in our project of investment that is required for Rio de Janeiro in our objective of investment until the end of the concession in the next 35 years is of 24 billion reais. IDB is participating in this financing structure along with BNDES and other multilateral agencies. That for us is fundamental to be able to reach this objective. Thank you, André. Patricia, good afternoon. Once again, thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be discussing such an important topic that at the end of the day means how the country will grow, how the progress will occur. Especially in this panel, we are talking on how this progress will occur with investments and positive impact being in the climate issues or in the social aspects. It's important that we have to identify intentionality to define a project with social economic impact and with social and environmental impact. In that sense, I believe that we have excellent examples here. And we are living now a moment of change that is very crucial, that the capital has been asking for critical actions for the development not only of Brazil but of the world as well. And this is an historic moment for all of us on how will we make that this capital that is being invested in this to meet this demand with intentionalities, have the proper return within the market, sometimes below the market, adjusted to the market, but mainly how this return will be measured. So I believe that we have a great initial challenge, how to monitor, how to bring transparency for these projects with this impact that is expected. For we are talking of value generation. Regulations are important. They will need to occur with more intensity in the coming years. But I believe that this aspect of the metrics and transparency is an important topic to be highlighted. And I work in the health sector. Einstein is not only a health system, it's an educational system and of research and innovation, and it works in its essence with a social impact in its veins, being in the use of various people. As a matter of fact, is one of the sectors that employs mostly people in the area of services, in the generation of knowledge, in the promotion of care. But we have a great challenge in the health, which is access. And this I talk with a lot of caution, for we are in a very privileged country with a very strong health sector. We had a recent pandemic, and all of us, we have been gracefully assisted to understand the model of SUS, how it is universal, how it provides assistance, and along with it we have the supplementary sector, which is a very strong sector as well, with a lot of opportunities for access. But when we talk with the people of any state, of any social economical status, people wish access to health with quality. So it's a great challenge in health. And I'm saying this to answer your question. When we think about impacts within this segment, we need to think on impacts that meet the sensitive aspects of the population on how it will have access to health and access to health with quality. So as in the infrastructure sector that André mentioned, we do not solve problems with only one agent, not only with government, not only with private companies listed in the stock market or with third sector organizations. This is a joint work with a lot of hands, with different needs of use, research, innovation, and a lot of use of technology. In that sense, we need obviously a lot of investment, again with a lot of transparency, with a lot of criteria for these impacts that are monitored and should be monitored more and more closely. And we had experiences with IDB both in the area of innovation, as with BID Lab, as in the area of BID Invest, in two different occasions, and that were two important moments, not only for the Einstein, but for the contribution on how to improve the access to each Brazilian to the health system. In that sense, I believe we have a great challenge of gathering players, of looking for the capital that is interested in providing this important shift and monitor them with a lot of care. Thank you. Nadia. Well, I would like, good afternoon. I would like, in addition to what Patricia mentioned about the intentionality, that is not only the intentionality but also in the legitimate manner when bringing to the case of a reprograma, which is a case of social impact and changes and transform the lives of women in condition of vulnerability through education. So the training for these women to the market of technology is the core activity. So when we talk of a transformation of a whole chain, productive chain, we need to see the whole ecosystem, not only the institutions of business with social impact, and to train these women not to have afterwards the partners able, inclusive, diverse, to receive this public. So the conversation goes around the ecosystem as a whole. In IDB, we had a program of a lot of success that was recognized internationally, where we could increase the awareness of more than 1,500 people in state of vulnerability and with ethnicity varied, with various genders, and the impact in the life of these people for 3-4 minimum wages has been reached. This changes the society, the surrounding area. So when we talk of metrics with a lot of transparency for these investments, and IDB must be not only an investor but also an agent, a bridge, a reference for other partners. For it's an important recognition to have IDB as an investor. We can see a whole society. We can see the reflexes of the current generations, but also in the future generations. And it's important to highlight that these institutions, they must have this autonomy in the monitored manner, and we also count with BID Lab collaboration to bring innovation, monitoring, and all the aspects of management, so we can meet with transparency in relation to the public, thinking on partnerships and partnerships through regulation, new regulations, It's extremely important to mention this in a very transparent manner, to be able to measure, to be measured.
I'm very intrigued to understand, or if you can share with all of us, the program you call Ven Como Agente. I think it's a very impactful program, and I'd like you to share it with all of us.
Ok, obrigado pela pergunta, Jim.
Thank you for the question. IAJ developed this program, Come With Us, mainly when we started to operate a concession in Manaus approximately 5 years ago. When we reached Manaus, when we bought, as a matter of fact, a concession that was in the hand of a private company, one of the first remarks that we did is that we had in Manaus around 150,000 economies, 150 that were not met by the concessionary, making a calculation by households. We are talking of about 30% of the city that was not met by the concessionary. And these households were where vulnerable people lived, so that we had a vision back then that the people had no condition of paying for the service, so the concessionary didn't provide them service. So we looked for a way of trying to provide a service to these communities with a program, Come With Us. The base of the program is that people that will provide maintenance in these households, they could provide facilities that would reach with the daily customers are people from the community. So we hire the people from the community, we train these people, they became employees, collaborators of the Aguas de Manaus company, and from that moment on we started to provide assistance. And the second important aspect was the inclusion of these households in what we call social tariff. A social tariff is a subsidized tariff, but it's a cross-subsidized that reach balance within the contract itself. So we transformed these people that were consumers but were not clients yet, so they became customers as well. With the additional benefit, everybody started to have a document regarding their household address, which is an important document as a civilizatory process to open bank accounts and so forth. We are implementing this program in Rio de Janeiro, which is the concession that we won about 2 years ago. We are operating in the communities of Rio de Janeiro, also including these two households in the social tariff. I was talking with Patricia Nadia. The first community that we implemented with Come With Us in a complete manner in Rio de Janeiro was in the Bay of Vasco. It's a small community, urban, with 22,000 people. Everybody now has water, treated water and sanitation. People had no collection of residues or sanitation or water. We include them all in the social tariff. And there is no lack of payment is smaller than in other communities, wealthy communities like Leblon and Copacabana, meaning that this myth that the poor people don't pay their bills, it's false. Once they have a quality service with accessible price, everybody pays, but makes sure that they have their invoices paid and their demonstrations of their address. So this journey in Rio de Janeiro. But going back to Manaus, today in Manaus we have officialized water for 99% of the population of the city. But the sanitation, not yet. 5 years ago this was far away from being a reality. Patricia
developed a partnership in the context of COVID-19 and the role that you have been playing in saving lives. Could you just tell us a bit about how you see that relationship, public and private, in the context of pandemic and other social issues that we're living?
ele é fundamental, né?
It's essential. Einstein is very well known for rendering health services to a premium part of the population, and it does that, but it's a lot more than that today. And several services, like the number of deliveries, and Einstein has more services rendered through the single health system than privately. These are called global contracts. So receive a monthly amount and administrate the website for the state or municipality. There are 3 hospitals, 2 in São Paulo in the periphery, and 1 in the town of Aparecida de Goiânia, and there are 29 units of basic health care, family doctors, etc. So this partnership is very important because it's a virtuous circle. Einstein delivers its purpose through knowledge generation, the protocols it developed, the technical capability they have, but they also receive a lot in other people being employed, professionals being well trained. It's a very virtuous ecosystem, but it is fostered with other important pillars related to the development of work with social impact, which are the pillar of research, innovation, education, and social responsibility. We just talked about who are the agents. Social impacts don't always come from an organization that is not for profit like Einstein, but when it is, it's based on this pillar called social responsibility. And increasingly, I think companies are now partnering with the government and the government's mission, because of course there's a cost for doing that. We can calculate it. Andrea is a financial director. There are many techniques to do that, but I think none of us can yet measure the cost of not doing it for ourselves, for society, for the future, our children, etc. So it's essential, James, for these partnerships to take place. So, as I said in the previous answer, we can intentionally understand what problems need to be changed in society, understanding them materially and what impacts will really make a change, a positive impact in society, and work jointly. Einstein would not be able, during COVID, to do everything alone. It needed regulating bodies, it needed research with many different health players. We need the IDB to help us with investments, and we also helped a lot, especially the São Paulo sector in healthcare for COVID, especially in grave cases. And it's worth pointing out, because we talked about technology, how much this can be important and push forward socioeconomic transformations. Telemedicine had been developed many years before and really hadn't taken off due to many problems, but during the pandemic it was the only solution for many people. For the private sector, because people didn't feel safe leaving their homes, for populations in states where there were difficulties in access. And now this technology at Einstein, but not only at Einstein, but I'm representing Einstein, this technology is a very powerful technology to widen access. So in the north and northeast of the country, many people have difficulties in access. They have, with very low technology that you have in your website, you can have visits with patients with different specialists, neurologists, pediatricians, many specialists that would be very difficult to take to different parts of such a huge country in Brazil. We also have televisits where you can speak directly to the doctor. So it's very low cost. It brings in a lot of science and human knowledge and makes access available. But it wouldn't be possible without the public-private partnership and funding. investment agents. So capital, as it is called, has a very important role in directing investments, requesting results, and showing all players in society more than what is the return on the investments, what is the cost of not investing for social impact. So I think multilateral banks, sovereign funds, insurance companies have a very important role, and the final consumer too. And of course, I should take the opportunity to point out your role and how representative you are and how much you need to continue helping this so investments have a new logic in the next few years.
In these sectors are extremely important. Nadia, you did refer to the importance of diversity in the workforce. The technology area hasn't been has been traditionally more male dominant. Tell me more about diversity, todas en tech. How do you look at that gap in particular? We understand that the gap of technology in the next few years is going to be about 500,000 people required.
Before talking especially about diversity, I'd like to bring this reflection. How can we speak about a deficit of 500,000 work positions in technologies when for Hipograma, for example, for each new class we start, we have approximately 5,000 female candidates for each vacancy. So it doesn't make that much sense. We don't need to have this gap because we're always thinking of the same people occupying the same positions, and then we go into the issue of diversity. A lot is said about technological innovation and sustainability of this technological innovation, but not a lot is said about the people who are producing it. The market has changed, it's transformational. It's a strategic issue, not only in terms of gender diversity. Now we have, for the first time, 5 generations working at the same time in companies. So we have a very important generational issue to look at too, and they all add value to the final product. So why not bring diversity? And we speak of women especially, because Hipograma trains only women in a situation of social vulnerability. These women are those who make the consumption decisions, who use bank applications, who are everywhere. And they're not in the places of decision to create technological innovation. So that's not sustainable. So the more even if we're thinking about a gap, I prefer that we should think about how to make this gap not happen through investment, through training and development of these women, because women are the majority in Brazil. So why are they not occupying these positions in the area of technology? Because they don't feel capable. And we know that because we work with these women. So the role of these social impact businesses is not just capacity building, it's empowering, it's bringing a sense of belonging and showing them that they can and should be where they want to be, also in technology, which is now occupied 80% by men. And we're not going to go into the pillars of diversity because the number becomes huge. I don't really want to say that here, but thinking in that sense, it's indispensable. And also, it's urgent to have investment now so we don't have to speak about this gap. It doesn't have to exist. Because if we're talking about an agenda of the federal government that speaks of sustainability, diversity, education, we have all the conditions on the table. We need investment and support for this not to happen, because it's really indispensable for diversity to happen, not only in basic training and basic jobs. People have to be diverse in diverse places, including and mainly in technology, because they'll be the main consumers. The market is diverse, it's a fact, whether or not we want it. This is a business strategy. It's no longer social impact. It became a business strategy. Companies make 30% more when they have diverse teams. So that's business. It's not just a social matter, activism. It becomes a real business model when you have diverse people thinking about products with diverse solutions, minds that had different experiences, different life situations, proposing solutions. Normally, unimaginable situations come to the fore, but they're indispensable for the sustainability of technological innovation. That's why Reprograma exists and will remain as long as we have this gap. We don't want this gap. We want it to be transformed. We want these women who don't have access today to have access. And many of them come for their daughters. The daughters come and then they bring their mothers because then feel capable, and that transforms all of society. And so we have to have this look of urgency for this issue. Thank you very much.
Your plans outside of Brazil. How do you see Tech expanding beyond the Brazil borders?
The Todas in Tech project that we created in partnership with BidLab and other companies, as I said, ended up sensitizing 1,500 women, and we brought 83 of them to the labor market in up to 6 months after they finished their capacity building. The courses are totally for free. And yes, we want to expand because this issue of the deficit of women in technology, unfortunately, is not a privilege, so to speak, of Brazil. It's in Latin America, so we have languages. When we talk about technology, we talk a lot about programming. Hippograma trains developers, programmers. So Latin America has an important market that also has the same deficit. And yes, we want to expand Hippograma, our programs and courses, to Latin America. Of course, there are numerous peculiarities because when we speak of a free course, Hippograma also for those who can't afford to pay their own expenses. They don't pay for the course, but they also receive a scholarship, they receive some money, internet access. So there are many peculiarities in each place. So we're studying the possibility of internationalizing because actually we're always talking about the same thing. And these are neighboring countries or sister countries. Why not share? They also have a lot to teach us, and we have to share this know-how, this story that I really understand is a very successful program because it was able to reach their main goal, which is to transform the lives of these women and the society around them and of the companies that hired them, because these people have a much a much higher turnover, and consumers start looking at these partners with a different vision because we're talking about companies that invest in diversity and inclusion. So we all have a lot to gain, including Latin America. So we have good intentions of internationalizing.
About technology now, what role do you see innovation and technology, in particular to address areas of health in vulnerable parts of Brazil?
There are many examples. I think I spoke about telemedicine, which is a low-cost innovation that is very, very useful. There's a program that is worth pointing out here. We invested in it with IDB, which is the use of artificial intelligence to identify images that are precursors of leishmaniasis diagnosis. So there's a lot of technology, analytics. Einstein has projects with the Ministry of Health, with PROAD, SUS, which is the Single Health Systems Program for Institutional Development. So SUS, the Single Health System, hires projects from organizations considered excellency projects that will then develop technologies and knowledge to help widen quality access to the single health system. So there's a whole front, which is the technology part. When we look at the evolution of oncological disease in Brazil, it's true that according to the epidemiologists, it will have a greater incidence than the cardiological disease till 2030. So it'll be the disease that is the greatest precursor of deaths, unfortunately. But we were raised in a decade. I was raised in the 80s, hearing that cancer was a death sentence. And now the technology, through medication, techniques, equipment, protocols, make it so it's no longer a death sentence. Now people live with cancer in some cases, in other cases they're cured, and this is all thanks to technology and research, which once again is done in partnership. The private sector can't invest alone, neither can the public. It's very healthy when we talk about private capital and experience in the public sector. This combination generates results for the whole society. So there's all kinds of technologies being used to increase access, to improve quality and assistance to health care that are used widely today and that we study, and we might not yet know the impacts and how transforming this will be for the health sector in the very near future. We have to be very attentive and try to understand the needs and critical lines of healthcare that will request this technological contribution, investments, and I think we can transform the health also of the country because, as I said, we have a good design of our health system. I think that with the use of technology and mobilization of investors, thinking of social impact, PPPs, I think we will transform the health sector, make it even better than we have it now. Thank you very much.
Issues. I'd like to move into the climate agenda. As you know, we partnered with the United Kingdom Sustainable Infrastructure Program with $15 million to finance the whole concept of supporting green gas emissions mitigant. Tell me how you see in AGEA, and in particular your program in Aguas de Rio, how the environment interacts with the work that you're doing.
Perfeito, James. Obrigado pela pergunta. Mas antes...
Thank you for the question. Before answering, I'd like to add to Nadia's answer about diversity in work. We do a lot of research because at the end of the day, although AGA is theoretically an infrastructure company, we consider ourselves a render of public services. It has to have a commercial strategy, so it's very important to understand the client. So in this research, clearly, the great majority of homes in Brazil, the decisions are made by the women. She's the CFO, Chief Familiar Officer. So women take care of the family's capital. They choose what accounts they're going to pay, they administer, what they're going to do to reach the end of the month. If they can afford it, paying for education, for their children, health, etc. I agree with what you said. It's not just about social impact, it's a business strategy, because at the end of the day, you have to understand your client, and if you don't, you won't reach the client with a proposal. In our case, it's not a product, but it's a service. But we're totally aligned in this perception that really the main decision makers that make the most important decisions at home on a daily basis are women, no doubt. Speaking about the environment, James, I think there are several impacts. I think the main goal from the point of view of the environment that we have in our project in Rio de Janeiro, Águas do Rio, is washing the Guanabara Bay, cleaning that bay. That's a postcard, but it's degraded for several years, and the main impact of its pollution is the spillage of untreated sewage. So we're starting to invest in this program to create an area of collection and treatment around the bay. We have some examples that worked. We operated, for example, a concession in the Dos Lagos region, Rio de Janeiro, since 2007. Pro Lagos. At the time, the lake there was totally dead and degraded. Now, the lake of Aruama is a totally recovered ecosystem, and it even has seahorses, who are very fragile species. They reached their historical record for fishing in the lake. So the main point is avoiding spillage of untreated sewage and hydric bodies. We've had other places like the Rodrigo de Freitas Lake, which is completely clean now with no sewage. There was an infrastructure that wasn't operational. It wasn't simple to solve that, but it wasn't very complex or costly. If you follow the news in Rio, the Flamengo and Botafogo beaches are now allowed for swimming for the first time in 40 years. So a few things are doing, but the big future objective is the Guanabara Bay. This brings impact, not only an obvious impact to the environment, but also economic impact. So valuing the real estate, multiplying business, multiplying tourism. We have some numbers. In the Bay of Sydney, there are more than 200 or 250 groups visiting the bay per day. You have, in Rio de Janeiro, you have some boats that go over the bay, but you don't really take advantage of it as if it were not polluted. So I think that's the big goal, but all the initiatives related, especially when we speak about sewage treatment, bring huge environmental impact that helps the population. There's some other interesting statistics. I was also talking to Patricia from the health sector a little while ago in the cities where we've been operating longer. One example is Campo Grande, the capital of the state of Mato Grosso do Sul. Since we started operating there, when the coverage for sewage was just 30%, now it's almost 90%. It's practically universalized. So since then, the hospitalizations due to water-related diseases fell more than 70%. So this has impact on public health, and then the municipality also spends less on public health. So there are many impacts that are derived or indirect that come together with the environmental impact.
We've got just a couple of minutes more, and I wanted each of you to answer the following question. You all are parceiros, you all are have partnerships with the IDB group, different parts of the IDB group. And we've talked a bit about what we've done together. And I'd like you to share that experience with the crowd. What does it mean working with the IDB? The good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, what's that interest? So, Nadia, you want to go first?
Yes. The program that we did, Todas on Deck, with Bid Lab, was a watershed for a programma because we found scalability. We had a much lower potential of access to these women, and with investment in the program we created, this brought a lot of maturity and made whole programma a lot more robust as a whole. So we could reach women in the North and Northeast and other states where everything was before in the South and the Southeast, São Paulo. So we were able to reach these women, and this brought us not only this maturity but also this credibility of the market. We also had recognition and international recognition from UNICEF and other international organizations that only corroborated that the path traced is what we are seeking tirelessly. So as Minister Simone Tebet said in the beginning of the ceremony, visiting our country, people asked her, where are the women and where are the black people? Especially black women can and should be in the technology market as long as we can count on this investment support and structure support like BidLab and other investments here can do their part.
Eu sei que o BidLab é muito orgulhoso disto. Está se filmando a senhora. We had 3 projects together. A project with BidLab, very interesting for this aspect of development of IA, for image recognition, for the Northeast region where the control of tropical diseases is critical. Sensational partnership. We had recently an important partnership for the construction of the Global Park, which is a pole best in class in São Paulo for the treatment, prevention, research, educational support for cancer treatment that in our analysis require a lot of attention, and there is a lot to be developed yet. And lastly, but a partnership at the time of the pandemics, in a moment of big insecurity in the sector of health in all senses, like attention, how to care of collaborators, how to develop protocols. Much before talking about vaccines, we had in the kitchen, and Andre knows when I was in the kitchen, there was a big concern how we would run the cash, the finances. So we had to deal with all this. There's nothing wrong about it. There's marriage. We have some discussions, especially illegal discussions always occur, but the partnership has always been very productive. Thank you. Andre, final words? BID support us in this Águas do Rio project in a very assertive manner. For us, the participation of BID in the financing, besides bringing a seal of important support to a green environmental project, also demonstrates the importance of the project. For IDB is known for providing an investigation due diligence process quite deep with a lot of criteria. So I believe it was a very productive work with discussions always valid, but with a lot of analysis, which shows for the other partners, for the other financiers, that if IDB is supporting this project, it's a standing project that has a desired environmental and social impact with the return that the other partners expect as well. So it's an important seal of quality of our project by the quality of the IDB team involved in the project. We have a lot of projects ahead of us, and we wish to count with IDB in this journey of sanitation. Thank you very much, and with that,
you did get a good sense of how important the areas of climate and social impact are for private sector companies. This is widely always thought about issues around government or issues around multilaterals. Here you have a good sense of how important this is for the private sector. So with that, I'd like to thank you all very much, and a big round of applause for them.
Nossos sinceros agradecimentos a todos os participantes.
our sincere thanks to all the participants of this panel. Be at ease to take your seats in the audience, and we continue with our program. We have a few more panels this afternoon. But before, I would like to highlight to the audience that for this event we have an app of networking that is available, so you can schedule the meetings or some encounters to facilitate the interaction among all the present. Some emails have been sent. As a matter of fact, a specific email regarding this app to all the enrolled ones, and it's through this email that you can download the app and be at ease to interact. It's just a matter of access through your mobile phone using this link. Be at ease, and any doubt, please, you can clarify in our meeting point at the end of this space in the lounge of the regions. Is quite close to the southeast region. So now we would like to inform now that at the end of today's activities, we will have a cocktail we are all invited. We have a meeting to continue this network, to provide new connections. It will occur in the lower level where we had our lunch. So let's continue according to the programming. Our next panel, our next subject: what are the routes that will make the Brazilian economy to grow? To moderate this conversation, the head of the Division of Transportation of IDB, Maria Minter, and to debate the Minister of Transportation, Renan Filho, and the Special Secretary, Maurício Muniz, the head of Sustainable Projects, Gustavo Gardini from the Deutsche Bank, and the Global Vice President of Institutional Relations from Embraer, José Serrador Neto, and the Vice President of Governance of the Group CCR, Pedro Super. Be all welcome, and be the moderator also welcome. We wait for you here on the stage.
Muito bem, com a palavra a moderadora.
Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
Portuguese and English, so we all go our translation here. Okay. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon. I would like to offer a warm welcome to all of you and to celebrate this opportunity of having a relevant conversation and needed about the crucial role of the infrastructures in the promotion of economic growth and in the creation of a friendly environment to the sustainable development.
I will switch to English. So it's my pleasure to be moderating this panel. I'm Ana Maria Pinto, Transport Division Chief at the Inter-American Development Bank. And I have the honor to have Minister Renan Filho here with us, Transport Minister, and Secretary Mauricio Muniz from the Ministry of Casa Civil. And as well, we have a great panel from representatives from the private sector, Mr. Gustavo Gardini, Head of Sustainable Investments and Global Partnership at Deutsche Bank, Mr. Pedro Arches Sutter, Vice President of Government, Risk Compliance and Social Safeguards from CCR Group, and Mr. José Serrador Neto, Vice President of Global Relations, Institutional Relations at Embraer. And before we start, Minister, of course, we would like to start with you and hear your views. We've been talking today a lot about investments, infrastructure, and the importance of how infrastructure is for economic growth. But I know it's a lot more than just investing and developing projects. So we would like to hear your views about the importance of infrastructure for economic growth and the importance for private sector participation.
Olha, primeiro eu queria dizer que é uma grande.
First of all, I would like to say that it's a great opportunity through Itamaraty and this Apex organization and various ministries to discuss about the need of investments for our infrastructure. Brazil, differently from the more developed world, has been transformed very swiftly. Look here, one analysis. Last year, the greatest exporter of grains, which is Brazil, grew its production in 19%. That is, we are already the greatest exporter of the world, and from one year to the other, our production grows 19%. That shows the demand for infrastructure, roads, railways, and especially our system of ports. In these three areas, Brazil has the greatest opportunities of the world for investments, especially for it guarantees simultaneously institutional security. Brazil advanced a lot in institutional security, guarantees profitability, internal rate of return of the Brazilian project is superior to the internal return rate of practically all projects. I say that, otherwise our projects wouldn't survive to these interest rates that Brazil has. It's a lack of coherence to have high interest rates with long-term infrastructure investment projects, but for an environmental international, it's a great opportunity for the international partners. We observe that all look upon Brazil with excellent looks. As a matter of fact, in this last year, I talked with President George Viana from Apex, and he was telling me that Brazil is already the second main destination of investors in the world. Last year was in fifth, this year is the second. And in the world as a whole, international investment is declining because of the increase of the interest rates that bring comfort to the holder of the money to leave the money only having interests. To stimulate this debate, Brazil has two other big differentials. We guarantee food security to the planet. The agricultural production of Brazil guarantees food security for the world, and this is also relevant. And on top of that, the environmental agenda, where Brazil is the main frontier of preservation of the environment. And in addition to this agenda for the need of infrastructure and profitable projects, food security for the planet and environmental protection, and Brazil is inserted as one of the main agents to receive investments from all over the world. So we have excellent opportunities, concluding saying the following. In the last 4 years, Brazil grant very little in terms of railways and roadways. We can do much more. Only 6 auctions in the last 4 years. We are with a pipeline of projects of about 35 auctions. We will provide 4 this year, next year 12, 1 per month. For we have a gap of infrastructure that is quite considerable. If we make only 1 auction per year, we'll never get close to what the country needs to offer infrastructure to the economy and to help the economy to develop. We have a pipeline of 36 new projects, and through the Federal Accounts Court, we are making possible 15 contracts, existing ones, which will place in the coming 4 years Brazil in the condition to have 50 new contracts against 6 contracts that have been provided in the previous government. We are doing that precisely to impulse the private investment in the same moment that the country impulses the investments with public resources to improve our infrastructure and be closer to the need of a country that faces the challenge of producing to the world. I think this is the challenge of Brazil, to produce to the whole world, and for that we need infrastructure, and we have excellent opportunities to grow, and this surely will contribute for the economic development.
If you allow me, I would like to pass to Secretary Muniz. We heard this morning the President talk about the PACI and how this is a very important initiative that you're promoting. And maybe you could as well explain a little bit more about PACI, Secretary Muniz, and what are the sectors. I know it's more than transport, but as well, what are the opportunities for the private sector to work together with you to develop the PACI?
Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Ana Maria. Saluting Minister Renan in the name of all the participants. I believe that all of you are aware of PAC. It's a new PAC. It's the fourth PAC that is being launched. We had the first one in 2007, the second in 2010, and the third in 2014. Unfortunately, then we had a period of lack of continuity, and now we are then in the fourth PAC. The value of this PAC is of 1 trillion and 700 billion reais of investment. We usually play with this new PAC as the name. It's another PAC in the sense of regaining the importance of a planning articulated of the various areas, the importance of having a plan that structures all the areas and provides foreseeability for the private investor, and at the same time is a new PAC. It's a new PAC and a PAC new, for it has different characteristics from the previous ones, and it couldn't be any different once 8 years have gone by since the last one, so it should have other characteristics. It's a PAC much more turned to the issue of ecological transition, energy transition. It's a PAC with a lot of impact in new industrialization. It's a wider PAC than the other PACs. It has 9 areas, while PAC 1 had 3, PAC 2 4 areas, PAC 3 had 4 areas. This PAC has 9 areas. So it contemplates it's a wider scope in the areas of the state in the planning of infrastructure, being economic infrastructure, heavy infrastructure, the traditional ones being social and urban infrastructure. In this manner, we believe that you will need to have a plan for the 4 years of government, and this plan inclusively it signs for the period afterwards that we will have 1,400 billion foreseen for the 4 years from 2023 to 2026, and 200 billion for the next period, for a lot of works that you have to start in this period. And to start these activities, Minister Renan knows this by heart, to start works we need to plan. We need to build a project, we need to make a feasibility study, licensing, then the procurement process. So a government that wants to leave a legacy not only of works but also of projects for the next project, next government, it needs to have a plan that surpasses its own period. These are structured actions for these 4 years, but a legacy remains for the next government to provide continuity. This is one of the characteristics that I find fundamental of being integrated, being wide, and having a wide scope. The other characteristics that I find that it's fundamental in the area of infrastructure is that you provide this, and I see here our government, that you provide this in an articulated manner with all the federation. There's no point today of building a plan that is not tuned and articulated with all the units of the federation. This new PAC, it has this element of novelty. For it was designed and built, including it took a bit longer than the other PACs. The other PACs, it took us like 3 months to be outlined. This one, it took us 6 months. Of course, we received the state more disorganized, more destroyed, differently from 2007 and 2010 and 2014. But this element of building jointly with the states enable us to have articulated portfolio, not only of the various initiatives of the various sectors, but also with the units of the federation. I know that I'm extending a bit, but last remark, this occurred as well in the other PACs, but was not observed, and we've been doing to notice that we have a set of initiatives and a set of measures that we call the institutional measures. We all know that to make possible these investments, it's not possible to be just a portfolio of projects articulated that makes sense, but it needs to have the proper measures that these projects occur. So credit measures, improvement of the regulatory framework. So besides more than 2,000 initiatives, we also have a set of 173 measures in various areas that will enable that these investments may occur. And then we can speed up the development and the growth of the necessary infrastructure to the country.
With like three messages regarding what the Minister and Secretary Moniz just explained to us. And there is an unmistakable infrastructure gap in the whole region, not just in Brazil. And we celebrate that you have this very ambitious plan as a government priority. The infrastructure gap in the region, we just invest in 1.8% of our GDP on average, and we should be spending near 4% in order to bridge the gap. And this investment cannot just be done with the public sector. We need the private sector, as we all know. But we need as well to have the environment, the regulatory enabling, and the environment that allows this to happen. The good news is that I think the region in the last 20 years has developed a very strong relationship between public and private sector in the development of infrastructure projects. Brazil is the leading country on PPPs, and where most of the investment in the region is done through private sector. So I think that's a very good starting point for to carry on with this huge infrastructure plan. But we just don't need to invest more, we need to invest better. President Lula was saying this morning is, why are we doing this investment for? It's for providing better opportunities and helping the country to fulfill the sustainable development goals. And therefore, we have to do this as well, not just from economic point of view, but as well in a sustainability and resilient way. And that's the second part of the panel that some of you could tell us how you see from the private sector this investment done on a social, environmental, and responsible manner. You know? So in order to go into this with more detail, I would like to pass the microphone or the word to Pedro Sota from CCR Group. As many of you know, this is a large highway and airport concessionaire. And Pedro, based on your extensive experience as concessionary of roads in Brazil, could you tell us how the sector is evolving in terms of investment in sustainability and technology? How are you driving this investment through technology, innovation, and what are the perspectives for the sector?
First of all, thank you for the invitation. I would like to salute Minister. It's an honor, and Secretary Muniz and the other panelists. I represent here CCR, which is a group. It's a private group, private capital, but we understand that our mission, our purpose, it has to do with the public needs. We provide a public service through the concessions that we administrate. We are a company of concessions that administrates more than 20 airports in the Caribbean, in Brazil. We administrate more than 3,000 kilometers of highways in Brazil and so many other kilometers of trains and subways and infrastructures, mainly in São Paulo and Rio de Janeiro. Half of the subway infrastructure of São Paulo is managed by CCR. It's an enormous pride to administrate the metro of Salvador. The VLT, it's another infrastructure that we administrate. And given, due to the dimension, the size of the company, ministers, have you paid attention that 40% of the fleet of light vehicles in the country circulates by the roads that CCR administrates, and half of the fleet of heavy vehicles, we are talking about how to transport the crops. We have an infrastructure to have higher productivity in this process. Therefore, CCR is a protagonist, has a leadership role in the market, and foresees that in the projects, in all this effort, very well coordinated effort by the federal government and the state level governments, it's an opportunity to continue being having a leading role, continue investing and growing along with the country. After all, our focus is works, and we'll continue declaring our strategy has been restated in the market, and our strategy has to do with the growth in Brazil. And to enter in your question, Ana Maria, it's a sustainable growth. Why? As President Lula mentioned. Why? Because we understand that we have here in Brazil a unique opportunity. We are the only country that effectively we have a energy matrix quite clean, and we can develop infrastructure in a much more sustainable manner than other countries with a not so clean or sustainable energy matrix. So we have the opportunity, and in our case we have the duty, the obligation. SCCR is a market leader. If we don't set an example, we won't drag the other players in this mission. So we have one of the strategic pillars of the company is to assume the leadership and the social responsibility on sustainability and corporate responsibility. I deal this agenda in the company. I share it with various colleagues on the vice presidency, but it's an agenda of all the 17 collaborators. And what are we doing objectively? We have goals. We have been accepted by SBTi, Science-Based Target Initiative, que é uma sigla de metas atingíveis por técnica científica. Our goals of metric is now a public goal approved with SBTi that will make CCR until 2033 reducing 60% its emissions and 30% Scope 3 emissions. And we do that by a number of initiatives, like, for example, the reuse of the RAP in the process of maintenance of our pavements, electrification of our heavy fleet, make available to electrification charge posts along the roads. We have a number of technological commitments that generate a lot of value to CCR, but also generate value to the society. We are aligned in this objective of generating value, sustainable value. Therefore, I could talk a bit more about our projects and technology. We are advancing, but I think that the message to listen a bit more from the other panelists, and I believe that one of the challenges that we have in this plan of transition for a low carbon metrics, and looking to the opportunities that Minister Renan highlighted, will be protagonists, will fill in this space. And we need balance, the capital is limited. The projects are good. We are studying a lot of these projects for more than 10 years. Finally, they reach the market. We are quite happy, but we need help. From entities like IDB and World Bank and BNDES. We've listened to President Mercadante as well. It's very important that the companies feel supported in this process. As a matter of fact, it's a process, it's a joint process. We can't do it alone, no matter how solid our balance is. This is it. Thank you.
Español, preferimos español en el...
I was told that we prefer Spanish. So I'll speak in Spanish now, by request of the audience. For my Portuguese, I'll talk in Spanish. I would like to provide the emphasis in the double challenge that we have in the transportation sector. How to build up the infrastructure once we are adding to the decarbonization. And then I'll ask to all the panelists this question, but I would like to invite you all to make a reflection on how to provide this investment once we are decarbonizing the sector. And it's a sector that contaminates but helps to provide better services in the most sustainable manner. So I'd like to ask now José, and then Minister, we will open the floor to each of the panelists and finalize with you. And I would like to ask you, José, about that we could talk more on how Embraer, how this company in the manufacturing sector of airplanes, how are you working in Embraer for the decarbonization of the aerial sector? And what are the factors to be taken into consideration for this sector that contaminates? I know you have a very important program. Could you talk about it, José? Thank you. First, I would like to be thankful to all from Embraer. A special salute to Minister Renan Filho and to the President of Apex, Jorge Viana. It is making an extraordinary work of commercial promotion, and our house here in Itamaraty that has been extraordinary in the promotion of exports of high aggregated value like the ones in the airspace industry. In relation to decarbonization, there is a complexity that it's embedded in the sector of aviation on how to reduce and have efficiency gains from the environmental point of view. When we talk about the environment, we talk about emissions, but there is also the emission and noise from the airplanes, which is very important in the surrounding areas of the airports. But the aspect is that the industry in the last 50 years, Embraer completed now 50 years of existence, had important gains in the reduction of aeronautic emissions, CO2, noise, so forth. The new family of airplanes, we have a gain of 25% gain of reduction of CO2 when compared with the version immediately before. So it's a substantial gain from the point of view of efficiency. Still, regarding the emissions, we look to the product, but we must look upon the infrastructure of airports and the air traffic control. There's no point on having extremely efficient aircraft if, when it's making a proxy flight to Congonhas Airport, the airplane stays 25 minutes waiting for the landing opportunity, 25 minutes of wait emitting CO2.
The work that the industry proposes to do in the technology sector is not only seeking more efficient products, but a more efficient operation, considering the airport, the time for takeoff, the route, where you can also have very important efficiency gains. When we look at the point of view of the map for technological development of products, I think we can talk about three big pillars. The sustainable fuels for aviation, electrification, and the pillar of new fuels like hydrogen. And Embraer has been engaged in these three areas. From the point of view of electrification, I think the big news is the new company, the spin-off from Embraer that we launched year before last. It's called Eve. It's developing and building an entirely electric urban mobility vehicle. It has a vertical takeoff and landing. We call it a flying car, but it's a safe aircraft like any other. It'll have a pilot. And in 2025, we'll see this product certified and flying in the main capitals. Mr. Minister, we already have 3,000 pieces of this aircraft that have been sold. CCR is now going to make vertiports. So when it comes to electrification, we have this route, which is very well structured. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the SAF's route. I think SAF is an area, especially when we're at a time to attract investments. I think this is a huge opportunity for investment in Brazil. SAF is a fuel, and one characteristic is that it's drop-in. So you can use the same fuel in a plane, and you can fly the plane. And in their life cycle, there's up to 80% reduction in carbon emissions. So the huge gain in carbon emissions. There are several technological routes that are already certified, and the problem with SAF is that there's no SAF to buy it. The global air industry has taken on extremely rigid commitments to decarbonization. Now the global demand for SAF is 10,000 times the supply. This is the gap that producers will have to create. And Brazil has everything to be the big barn, for, so to speak, for the production of SAF in the world, because we have the mineral, we have a regulating agency that's quite capable of guaranteeing the integrity and security. And I think that we must conclude the extraordinary news that was sending by the executive branch of a bill of law that regulates SAF in Brazil. So before, we'd spoken to several investors and noticed a certain insecurity in submitting a project of $100, $200 million to their boards without knowing the tax treatment of SAFs in Brazil. But the government has solved this. The Civil House has sent to Congress a bill of law, so it's clear now what is the regulation and how it should work in the country. And an extraordinary opportunity for investment in Brazil to make Brazil one of the great centers for global exports of SAF. So thank you very much. I'll pass the floor to Gustavo Gardini, Head of Sustainable Investments and Global Partnerships. He's from a company with a great experience in the railroad area. Can you speak about the opportunities you see in Brazil, specifically for the development of infrastructure? What activities do you see now in Brazil, and especially for the future? And what is the potential of the railroad sector in Brazil, which is seen as an opportunity to develop exports, but also with many limitations? Thank you. I would like to thank Apex for the opportunity. President Jorge, the Brazilian government represented here by Minister Renan Filho, the IDB, Ellen, for the opportunity to come here to Brazil and be able to share a little and be in this very relevant panel of how infrastructure can really bring a positive impact to the economy and to sustainable development. I'm very happy to be here. I'm from Brazil. I went to Germany at age 23 to study civil engineering. In the year 2000, I studied environmental management when no one was speaking about global warming and everything, but Germany had courses in cooperation with the United Nations Environmental Program to have a sustainable vision, inviting students from the whole world. I was supposed to stay there for 3 years, but when I got there with this perspective, this prospect to understand the world and the environment differently, I arrived as a person from the Brazilian state of Minas Gerais, and at the airport I saw a train from my state in Brazil, and I said, this is where I'm staying. And so I started going into renewables, and 14 years ago I started at Deutsche Bahn. I'm very proud to be there with the vision of global partnerships. Partnership is a word of order. Germany takes the word partnership with so much relevance that they have the ministry that is for the cooperation for economic development. It's a country that I learned to love and to like, and I appreciate it for several reasons. So I'll go back to your question last of all. Germany's vision is always long-term planning, total quality. Let's make things just once. Let's plan 50 times and execute once. This is a perspective, the capacity to rebuild, engineering in Germany, producing and creating machines and solutions is very relevant, and the vision and the concern with the environment is also relevant in the culture. In the transportation system, this translates into, for example, the case of Deutsche Bahn. It belongs 100% to the German government. It's one of the largest multimodal groups operating in the world. We have 340,000 workers in 150 countries. We make approximately 280 billion reals. We've been in existence for 180 years. Today we transport approximately 3 billion people, more than 4 million tons of cargo in Germany and in the world. The goal and the vision of infrastructure, and for this today Brazil is a central country in Deutsche Bahn's plans. And since I also work with the relationship with several investors who come from ADB with our capacity to develop and structure projects for investment funds with governments, they exactly come seeking Brazil as the great player at this moment, not only because of all the issues you mentioned, Mr. Minister, but mainly investors or people who come from abroad come to Brazil and feel at home. The human warmth, the heat of the country, the rules here are immigrants from the whole world who have come here. For investors today, we've been having religious conflicts over territories or energy, and Brazil is a peaceful country where everyone comes together and coexists. And we have 2 points in Brazil that the world today is seeking. Last year, Bloomberg showed some information that the portfolio and the mandate of investors for investment in ISG, sustainable investments, is $53 trillion. That's a lot of capital. We're talking about approximately 250 trillion reals. What happens today, the big problem is that these investors, due to their mandates, they have a very conservative vision. Some countries in Europe, the US, Australia, Japan, only focus on those countries. Others focus on OECD countries, others on emerging countries. And now there's a growth of investment in sustainable infrastructure growth. That's very important for a country like Brazil because we have what every country looks for. There's still opportunities for building and investing in infrastructure. It's a democratic country, and we have a demand. We have 215 million inhabitants. So this brings a huge opportunity. As you said, the opportunities for internal rates of return in Brazil is beyond the mandate of any fund. And investors always look from a perspective of opportunity and risk. In some cases, risks stop them. And OECD did some research with several fund managers. Why didn't finance certain countries or funds? The first reason is the country's pipeline. Sometimes there were political choices, not technical choices, or they don't have a demand, or they don't have a long-term vision. For example, Germany has a 13-year vision for investment because in 4 years we can't just build more highways. We can't plan and build the highways in 4 years. Railways, airports in 13 years. So the vision, the plan in Germany is 13 years. That way you can bring a perspective to any industry. When you have a 13-year project for railways, for airports, for ports, for waterways, we start having a railway industry in Brazil again because the companies go to Germany because our pipeline is 270 billion euros in 13 years. Basically 100 billion reals per year of investments. So we had relevant projects here in Brazil. One that I would like to mention is a cooperation with the IDB, financed by the IDB. It was basically a pilot of how to create a pipeline. It's the plan of action of the São Paulo macro metropolis in transportation and logistics. So this is a project funded by IDB. It started with Governor Alckmin when he was the governor of São Paulo. It continued under Governor Doria, and now it's in the third administration with Governor Tarcísio, who's launching one of the children, basically, of this project, which is for the train between the cities of São Paulo and Campinas. That will change our prospects for transportation in Brazil. This project was done by IDB. It's a multimodal project for cargo and passengers. The prospect is that the 10 highways in São Paulo would collapse, and we changed from a matrix totally based on roads to a multimodal system. So you can also have railways transporting cargo and passengers, 270 billion in direct investments. And other projects I'll talk about later. One of the prospects in Brazil are logistic multimodal corridors. This would be a dream and a great opportunity for us as Deutsche Bahn to operate a cargo railway in Brazil. The tolerance for delay in Brazil is 15 minutes. In Germany, that's considered a delay. That's why Germany is so powerful for exports, because the multimodal logistics works. And we have a system of 33,000 kilometers of double railways. Brazil is 26 times larger than Germany, so with this we have a prospect of a greater density and logistic multimodal efficiency. Thank you. Thank you, Gustavo. And now, Minister, to close.
Thinking obviously that once you're here with us, what is the message that you would like to give us here to the investors, to the representatives of private sector, to the banks? The message that you would give us to support the investment plans, how could we participate, and above all, to support, to help Brazil. A short message for our time expired, but I would like to say that a panel like this is very productive. We can observe that all the messages are positive. Brazil is a great receptor of international investments in the world today. This is meaningful for our economy, also deserves this highlight. We are going back to the top 10 of the economies of the world, and it will be one of the 6 top economies of the world shortly. This is very meaningful. We have to work hard, but Brazil is aiming in the right direction. And the message to the investor is simple. Brazil is a democratic country with a solid legal framework and made an option. Brazil has profitable investments. No one is asking to invest here without a profit. And Brazil has high production, need to export to feed the planet with food, and it's a country that has a country with all kinds of possibilities. So we are connected with environmental preservation, with ecological protection, and we live in an environment, no doubt, by which we pass with an interest on knowing. We are developing a pipeline, more dairy for Brazil has a pipeline of projects beyond or below the need, and this needs an attraction, this needs to be presented, and this is the effort that we are doing. This is why I wanted to present to all the investors, the Brazilians and the foreigners as well that are visiting us, that we have excellent we had excellent opportunities. I was in Portugal recently in an event like this that was organized by our president, Jorge Viana from Apex, and I was invited to be there present. Apex made the organization. When I got there, I had the opportunity to talk with the biggest concessionary of Portugal, which is the name of Brisa. And the concessionary Brisa said the following: look, Renan, we live a terrible crisis here, economic crisis in Portugal. Then we had the pandemic, and we had to sell 20% of our capital that we had in the CCR. And what that meant? Well, it meant that to sell the jewel of our crown, of all the investments of Brisa, which is the biggest concessionary of highways in Portugal and one of the biggest developers of technology of concessions in the world, the most profitable investment was a society with CCR in Brazil. So this is Brazil, the country of profitability, the country that offers legal security, institutional security more and more, and that has open arms to receive the investments with projects that are attractive to everyone. Thank you very much, Minister. Count with the bank, with our support. Further ahead, we'll have our financial and technical support to work with you, with your teams, and with all the projects, these and others. Thank you to all.
Nossos sinceros agradecimentos a todos os participantes de mais um painel. Gostaríamos de dizer que os senhores podem ficar à vontade para tomar seus lugares para que a gente possa dar sequência aqui ao nosso evento. Gostaria de lembrá-los que os senhores receberam na entrada um cartão que dá direito a uma camiseta. Então, para lembrá-los, o balcão é o balcão da Cotton Brasil, que em parceria com a Abrapa, vocês podem retirar aí uma camiseta e, claro, aproveitar para conhecer o processo de produção, também de sustentabilidade, rastreabilidade e tudo isso referente, claro, ao processo do algodão. Para quem aprecia um bom café, só lembrando mais uma vez, nós temos aí à disposição, né, durante esse nosso evento, um café especial. Você pode desfrutar desse café que é super especial. O café da BSCA, também ao fundo do salão, perto da escada do palácio. Fiquem à vontade a qualquer momento. Nós vamos dar sequência aqui, mas antes vamos pedir gentilmente aqui, aguardar que as autoridades tomem seus lugares para que nós possamos, então, dar sequência aqui ao nosso evento. Muito obrigada. Muito bem, nós precisamos dar continuidade então aqui a nosso.
So we're going to continue our event. Please take your places so we can continue because we have another panel. We're going to talk about one more thing in our forum, our Brasil Investment Forum. And now we're going to talk about opportunities, or better speaking, the power of opportunities. The power of regional opportunities is what we're going to talk about now. So to moderate this conversation, we have the Maria Florencia Atemuriti, Regional Director of the IDB, and the Minister of Regional Development, Valdez Góes, the Government of Mato Grosso do Sul, Eduardo Hidel, the Executive Secretary of Foreign Trade of CAMEX, Marcela Camalho, the Director of Planning and Structuring of BNDES Projects, Nelson Bardoza, and Rosério Zampronha from Prumo Logística, Promo do Açu. He's the CEO. So panelists, please take your places here on our stage. Very well. So while everyone takes your seats, we'd like to remind you once again that at the end of the day, we'll have a cocktail where we had lunch. We thank you all for being here and invite you to come. It'll be another networking opportunity in our forum. So, continuing, as I had said, the subject is opportunities, but more than that, regional opportunities. Very well. I pass the floor to the moderator. Good afternoon, everyone. To me, it's a great joy to be here to talk about the opportunities that regional integration in the regions of Brazil offers. I'm talking about physical, digital, and social integration. We know that Brazil, with other countries in the region, faces challenges in infrastructure. But these challenges and bottlenecks are also a big opportunity for economic development in a sustainable way. Today, the south and southeast of Brazil concentrate most of the country's industrial production. On the other hand, the north and the northeast have the greatest potential based on their natural capital. This path of sustainable infrastructure is not simply a decision of Brazil or the IDB. It's an imperative, a scientific imperative in face of climate change and economic imperative in face of the global demand for quality, sustainable products. And then obviously Brazil and the regions of Brazil have a lot to offer. Recently in the IDB, we conducted a study that showed that just 1% of reduction in the cost of logistics and transportation could contribute and increase approximately 5% the exports of agricultural products and 4% of industrial goods. This is a great opportunity for Brazil and Brazilian people. This is just an example. We have many more, but let's start with a conversation with the panelists. I thank them for being here. I would like to start with Minister Valdez Góes of Regional Integration. Mr. Minister, what are the investment opportunities available in the ministry's portfolio, especially with this sustainable and social focus? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to greet Florencia, our dear Eduardo, Governor of Mato Grosso, Marcela Carvalho, Nelson Barbosa, Rogério, Ciodo, from Porto do Açu. Thank you for the invitation in name of our dear ex-governor and former president of APEX, greeting the speakers at APEX and the Brazilian government in name of Government do Lula and the IDB for this initiative of the Sixth Forum, and say that it's a huge pleasure to be able to participate in this reflection. The Ministry of Regional Integration and Development has a diversity of policies that is cost-cutting with several others in the federal government. We have responsibility with the policy of regional development, the policy of border development, also with the agenda of territorial agenda, of territorial policies, water security, development of constitutional funds, protection and civil defense, and the increasing challenges in this agenda. So it's really cross-cutting. And therefore, when we take care of a public policy, it's not necessarily the Ministry of Integration and Regional Development that executes that public policy, but it's responsible for its good elaboration. And when it comes to decreasing regional inequalities and poverty and income distribution, mitigation and adaptability, relationship with the climate, and especially permanent democratic exercise, we are in syntony, fulfilling rigorously the guidance of President Lula. President Lula, when he travels around Brazil, he strengthens three conditioning agendas: the one of democracy, climate change, and fighting inequalities. Why it is important to take this into consideration is that democracy is not just related to the electoral system and process, but with building consensus, as well as climate change and decreasing inequality, and then rigorously following the guidance of President Lula. In transversality, we have an agenda that is a priority to decrease inequalities in the development process, which is socioeconomy. Bioeconomy will happen in the Amazon. It's happening in some regions, but making the GDP of a state or region grow doesn't mean egalitarian, just income distribution. So we need the denomination of bioeconomy to reach the same level as social bioeconomy. All businesses are welcome, but bioeconomy can't receive business from half a dozen companies. It's necessary for the companies interested in this developed model work to include traditional populations, original populations, those who are permanently struggling. So developing the process of social bioeconomy is essential for the Amazon, for the Northeast, for any region. The ministry works with these cohorts, not focusing just on the north and on the Amazon. If we look at the southeast of the country, the region, for example, in the state of Minas, the northeast of the state where the ministry is there with the Northeastern Fund with public policies to decrease social inequalities. If we look at the south of the country, even with the best GDP in Brazil, they have a lot of problems with income distribution and poverty. So the ministry has to identify these cohorts and work with public policies, sometimes with bioeconomy, sometimes with inclusion, and this has a connection with the thesis of President Lula through research developing technology and innovation appropriate for this modeling. So it's not just taking these models and technologies and applying them, taking a trader that has a model that serves agribusiness now and think that just making it smaller will be serviceable for family agriculture. Sometimes it's not that. The cost of this reduction of the size of one of these pieces of equipment may not be affordable to make it operational for someone who's working in a small business. So it's important to invest in this, which is the recommendation of President Lula to science and technology, for technologies appropriate for these new businesses. So the new businesses are going to happen in the bioeconomy, but we need to elevate this concept to social bioeconomy, not excluding those who want to invest more and more, but showing that the best paths for these great businesses are the participation of those who for centuries have been living from these activities. When there's an opportunity to have technology, innovation, extension, funding, verticalization, you must benefit those who are historically in the process. So the ministry works with this cohort by recommendation of President Lula, and this has had good repercussions in the northeast and north of the country, also with changing the concepts of constitutional funds. Other than the experience of BNB in the Northeast, the Constitutional Fund of the Central Brazil or the Amazon had never done microcredit, and now this is approved in these different banks. Microcredit for women, credit for irrigation, that's an important policy correlated to decreasing emissions, job generation, and food generation, which is the guidance of President Lula. So this is the focus of the Ministry of Integration, obviously in the definition of public policies, but working in a cross-cutting way with many other ministries. One example to close about the Safra plan for family agriculture. It has a direct correspondence with us, and for this, not only does the Constitutional Fund have to participate, but also the banks, the financial institutions have to adapt to this new reality, sometimes improving accessibility, working with networks of systems of credit cooperatives with agencies and states. Otherwise, credits and policies exist, but small citizens can't reach it. In the Amazon, this is challenging. It's not for lack of interest of the banks or governments, it's because it's gigantic. So the agents create conditions for this public policy that exists to reach people, or they will always be at the margins without participating in the In the process of development, the GDP of the state and the region increases, but the poorest people perhaps have a challenge of not participating and becoming poor. So the whole strategy of the ministry is for inclusion, for participation, for modeling, so projects can also understand that Native peoples, people who live by the river's side, small farmers, fishermen have to participate. They have to be in this business. Everyone collects. Everyone gains with this. Thank you very much, Ministry. Very strategic concepts, a win-win, environmental and social sustainability, with a focus on the diversity of Brazil and the different regions. The Minister talked a lot about bioeconomy. I'd like to ask the Governor of the state of Mato Grosso, a strategic partner of the IDB, about bioeconomics, the opportunities in your state, and how you and your staff have been taking the best advantage of bioeconomy.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, to thank for the invitation of President Jorge Viana to be here. Salute Florência, Minister Valdez, Rogério, Marcelo, and Nelson Barbosa, of our BNDES, another partner of the state. First, to highlight an aspect that I observed along the day, how this country is diverse and generates opportunity. We are talking of bioeconomy, we talked about infrastructure, of health, of education, of entrepreneurship. So in all the areas, in all the regions of the country, we have a potentiality that is quite considerable. When we talk of potentialities in the regions, it's a bit what the minister was telling about integrating all these assets that we have and transform this into an opportunity to our people. And bioeconomy is not different. Mato Grosso do Sul has been positioned itself in relation to three big topics that are global. The first is food security. The second is sustainability in the wider sense of the word, when we talk about biodiversity, of facing all the causes of the climate changes. And the third big topic is energy. So it is three big agendas, and of course, in an inclusive and technological manner in its processes and the capability of involving the society. We have in the bioeconomy one of the big factors by which is linked to these agendas, central agendas. We have three biomes: Pantanal, Cerrado, and Atlantic rainforest. And within this set of actions, we heard about infrastructure, which is absolutely cross-cutting and necessary. We are talking on investment in infrastructure through concessions, partnerships, through the infrastructure of energy, and the infrastructure of IT and telecom. We are talking of connecting all the municipalities with optic fiber. Otherwise, we won't have digital education, telemedicine. We won't have access to what is available today. In relation to bioeconomy itself, we have an agenda of incentives to the efficiency in the area of agribusiness. It's the biggest stakeholder in the carbon balance when we stimulate earlier slaughter of the cattle, when we stimulate higher productivity of the grains, when we stimulate family agriculture and the insertion of the efficiency in their production, being whatever matrix of production. This is all part of a better relation of carbon in the state. It's a big, great aspect. And all this in conversion of degraded areas. So there is where is the key of the great improvement from the carbon balance. The other big action, and there we have a biome, we talk about it, Amazon, but we have the Pantanal, so rich in biodiversity as such, a unique biome in the planet. Minister Marina was today here with the Ministry the law of Pantanal until the end of this month of November, so we can have the guarantee of preservation of its biodiversity. along with the guarantee of the people that live in that region for over 3 centuries with a specific economic activity, which is cattle raising in the family dimension. And that's another aspect in the bioeconomy that we respect. To discuss a state that offers the possibility of being in the last carbon neutral in 2030, it's a bold target, but it's doable in the state of Mato Grosso do Sul, and it's part of the actions that insert the people within this concept that environment and all this diversity that we have of facing the climate issues is as an economic approach. We cannot be in this agenda just for a matter of strategy in relation to the preservation of the actives, of the assets, natural resources that we have. We have to translate this into economic outcome for the municipalities, for the state, for Brazil, and mainly for our population. This is what we are looking for, including in this law that is going to the parliament. The Pantanal bill can be no doubt about it, a great transformation where BNDES can support a fund related with it to build the assets to preserve that biome. So Florence, in the state, we take very seriously this agenda of the sustainable development, thinking on food security and energy. We are great exporters. We have great investments to be made ahead in infrastructure, a bio-ocean route that is now being designed in the first semester of 2025. I saw President Lula talking with President Simon about the integrations that are occurring in the countries of Latin America, South America. And this places 4 countries in the same agenda and inserts the cultural diversity, the access to the ports of Chile, gains efficiency in shipping within Asia, efficiency in naval transportation, and all this will provide productivity to assist all this set of equipment for the bioeconomy in Mato Grosso do Sul. Thank you, Governor. Once again, strategic balances and this balance between the biomes and the population, the beautiful Pantanal, but also cattle farming, export activity of Mato Grosso do Sul that is known globally, along with technology, with other industries. Congratulations for the commitment of being carbon neutral by 2030. That's an important commitment. Now I would like to call to this conversation Marcelo Carvalho, Executive Secretary of CAMEX. Marcelo, I would like to know from you, how was this conversation between the Brazilian government to try to bring to Brazil more foreign investments? Was there a change with the states? Was there a dialogue there? Thank you, Florence. Well, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel in good company to salute our minister, the governor, and Minister Nelson, once minister, always minister, to say and salute Apex Brasil, Ministry of Development, Industry, Commerce and Services, Itamaraty, IDB, and the audience, wishing a happy birthday to my chief, the Vice President, Geraldo Alckmin, that is his birthday today. Yes, there was a talk. Before telling that story, I would like to bring the global context of the investment flows. I believe that you've been listening along the day that Brazil has a lot of opportunities, and Brazil is now the ball of the game, and I believe that in 2022 we saw a decline in the global investment flows. But if we consider only Latin America didn't have any decline but an increase. Therefore, the countries in development, especially Latin America, had an increase in the receivement of investments, direct investments. Within the countries of Latin America, Mexico and Brazil impulsing this Brazil with $50 billion in 2021, $86 billion in 2022, and that placed us in the 5th country that received the most direct investment from abroad, according to OECD, thirdly. But the volume was considerable, $86 billion, and I also comment here the movement, a global movement we had in the post-pandemic economy, global-wide, and the geopolitical issues that the world has been facing, some aspects that had an impact enormously in these flows. I would quote here, for example, the search for the supply of value chains, constant supply of value chains, especially the energy chains, the advance of the technology for images, and cross-cutting all these countries that are more active, bringing public policies much more aggressive, that are addressed with decarbonization aspects, but bring elements that are very strong in terms of attracting investments and internalizing production. For example, the Reduction Act of the US that brings more than $500 billion to the American economy, benefiting the neighbors, for example, like Mexico. It's the phenomenon of the nearshoring. So this resource benefits the neighbors that start producing, looking into the domestic market of the US. And talking of sectors, we have seen the renewable energies with almost 50% of these global flows of investment. And I'm talking of solar energy, wind energy, and biomass energy, along with semiconductors, batteries, and steel factories. And some highlight besides the 50% for the fossil and fuels and gas. So this is a trend of the global flows. We have a coincidence that, as a matter of fact, is not a coincidence. It's a lot of work. The Brazilian government has been working a lot. As you've been listening, Mauricio Muniz talking from the actions of the civil cabinet. We have worked a lot to attract investment specifically in these areas. So especially the MIDIC with the policy of decarbonization and neo-industrialization, and a happy, again, a coincidence that is not a coincidence, the missions of CNDI, National Council of Industrial Development. My friend Vera will talk shortly about it. That reflects precisely this global flow and this global movement. So yes, I believe that we are doing our homework. In the more micro plan and in the agenda of CAMEX, of the Commerce External Trade Chamber, we consulted early this year various states and secretaries of economic development and the federations of industry to provide a complete diagnosis of the priorities of the states in relation to the attraction of investments, and again, a happy coincidence that is precisely the priorities presented are infrastructure, decarbonization, and energy. Obviously, with the regional differences in the north of the country, we saw a lot of bioeconomy approach, strong in these priorities. Based in this consultation and in this diagnosis, we elaborate the work plan of the National Council of Investments. For those who do not know, the CAMEX is a collective board of 10 ministers and participates in the CONIV 10 ministries at technical level to discuss a plan of action that may help the investors, that may facilitate the life of investors in our country. So the plan is divided in 3 sections. Make easier the implementation of investments and consultation and legal assistance. We have great opportunities. I bring here a case that it's, as a matter of fact, the wind energy. We saw that the whole government made a commitment on bringing the air generators to Brazil. It's a successful policy promoted by BNDES that had a key role and had the right results. In 2005 we had 22 megawatts of air wind generation. Today we have 26,000 megawatts of installed capacity, which corresponds to almost 30% of the need of electric power in our country. So today we have the chance and the opportunity, for example, of leading the regional and global chain in that sector of energy, renewable energy, with equipment and with the capacity of generation and with the design of the projects of generation. Therefore, I would like to say that in CAMEX we have this National Committee of Investments that belongs to all of us. It's from the whole government. And to say that we are in wide consultation with the states. We have an ombudsman of investments from abroad that help us to assist us with the post-investment phase. With the ombudsman, we have representatives from 16 states. So I'd like to make an invitation to the states, since we are talking about a regional perspective of the states that don't have representatives in the ombudsman entity, that they point them so we can work with all the states in that area. And as well as a provocation, since we are talking on a post-investment ombudsman, why not to bring the states, Governor, to the discussion more proactive in the committee? So I'd like to make an invitation so we work closely, federal government, state level, these issues of facilitating investments, regulatory aspects, and a more proactive agenda, not only in the post-investment but also in the search for these investments and in the preparation so we can, as a matter of fact, to bring these investments to the country. And when we bring to the country is a regional optic at state level, for the investment is located in specific states. I would like to leave this message here and to tell you that we remain at your disposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcela. Congratulations for the co-creation. We have been following these efforts closely from the IDB in such a critical agenda as the attraction of foreign investments focusing on sustainability. To continue on this topic, I'd like to invite the director of BNDES, Nelson Barbosa, a longtime partner of the IDB. IDB and BNDES as development banks have the possibility of structuring sustainable funding from the public and private side to give impulse to inclusive growth with a more macro ambition. What do you think is the role of BNDES now in Brazil, is with a renewed context under President Lula? Thank you, Florencia. It's a pleasure to be here with Minister Valdez, Rogério, Marcela. Thank you, President Georgia, for inviting me. The role of BNDES is supplying long-term funding in domestic currency to the institution that funds mostly in the long term and reals in the world is BNDES, also structuring projects, PPPs, concessions, grants. BNDES, many things. Direct credit for large companies, indirect credit for small and medium enterprises. Cooperatives are a big area now. We do capital market operations with funds with direct participation. And we're here at an investment forum. We are finding that one of the challenges of BNDES this year was to begin expanding again and launching a new policy of direct investment. So President Jorge, we are finalizing and we're going to announce calls for co-investments. Funds and participation in companies, direct investments focusing on activities economics, artificial intelligence, regions, the Amazon, the Savannah, the Northeast, the South. So the role of BNDES in this regional development is try to conciliate all the structural demands upon the Brazilian government, but also adapting solutions for continental countries. So to give some examples, based on a joint initiative with the Ministry of Finance, Minister Haddad and Minister Marina, we relaunched the Fundo Clima Fund. It had been created in 2009, started operating better after 2011. Now it has 2.5 billion reals in its portfolio. Its proposal, and this is in the budget, is that the Ministry of Finance is going to capitalize this fund with 10 billion reals, issuing green bonds, and then the partnership with the IDB is essential, but also we can do direct capturing for the climate fund with the IDB and other multilateral institutions with projects that will generate carbon credits, better energy efficiency. So this can be a big instrument of our Green New Deal in a Brazilian version, and the partnership with BNDES and IDB is very important for that. We also created some lines of technology, funding for innovation using the TR rate authorized by Congress, which can enable areas like IT, digitalization, energy efficiency. We went back to the operations with the government. The governor was there recently, and so BNDES has the capacity of funding 3 billion for governments in this mandate. We are supporting PARA and carrying out the COP very well, and always funding based on sustainable development. One of the main focus, talking about the opportunity of attracting investments, Brazil is going to exchange its fleet of buses quickly. What Marcela was saying that happened in renewable energies was a very big growth of eolic and solar. Will happen in the electromobility of buses. The municipality of São Paulo has launched a wide program with a demand of 2,000 to 3,000 buses in the next few years. Curitiba and Salvador are doing something similar. So there's demand, there's funding, funds and partnerships with electromobility involving the private sector to make investment in technology feasible. Government, because it demands regulation, a change in the transportation matrix and long-term funding and reals, which demands the participation of BNDES. So electromobility has also been a very big focus in this beginning. Besides the traditional infrastructure, Minister Renan was here at the previous session. We're working with the Ministry of Transportation and Highway Concessions, especially in the Center-West. This year we are studying and supporting the resumption of some initiatives for railways, cargo, and passengers led by Minister Renan. And in my field, we have a wide portfolio for project structure. So we structure projects for governors, mayors, associations. In Mato Grosso do Sul, we have a very big project for a park and an aquarium. We're assessing other projects at the request of the governor. Because for each state or each governmental organization structuring their own project is very expensive, but as an institution who does this for several, we decrease the costs. We have a portfolio of 130 projects that go from forest management to nuclear plants, from distributed generation to urban transportation. And in this process, we collaborate with international institutions. We have some joint projects, and a big challenge of that President Lula and Minister Rui and Minister Valdez, who's leading the integration of the San Francisco River. It's investing more in social and environmental infrastructure. Basically schools, hospitals, PPPs of schools and hospitals. For example, in the case of schools, implementing more quickly full-time secondary education. In the case of hospitals, improving healthcare, especially at municipal and state hospitals where the PPP model adapts. Now, on the topic of this panel, knowing that Brazil is a diverse country, so the model that is going to work in Greater São Paulo is different from the Amazon or the semi-arid region, so we adequate this. And to conclude, in the environmental infrastructure, we are now with a challenge to increase investment in solid waste. Many states have come to us with this. Now we have Amapá and Goiás structuring this. We're open to many other projects of conceding PPP for taking advantage of solid waste. And together with Minister Marina and some governors, we've prepared some projects for forest management. Today, we have, ongoing with Minister Marina, approximately 3 million hectares of management and recovery of forests in the Amazon, plus 1 million in sight, plus a state forest in the state of Amapá, approximately 600,000 hectares. We're working with other governors in the Center-West to apply this in the Savannah region. At the request of different governors in that region, we're structuring this. And the example of the success of the Fund of the Amazon, we will have similar initiatives in the semi-arid region and the Pantanal region and others. These projects initially need PPPs. They need a more favorable interest rate, and the Climate Fund will fund the recovery of degraded lands with a 1% interest rate plus a spread that will probably reach 2%. So if Brazil is moving ahead, putting in resources from the Brazilian government for the recovery of degraded areas and also trying to attract more and more resources to this activity. And we are discussing in Congress the regulation of the carbon credit market, which can be a great supporter of this activity. So when we have regulation and we generate more legal certainty around this and generation of quality carbon credits, this will push forward many investments, especially in the Brazilian savanna and Amazon. Thank you very much, Nelson. Sincerely, BNDES is a long-term partner of Brazilian men and women. In traditional and innovative topics, always thinking of this diversity, this Brazilian wealth. Congratulations. I loved your reflection about the funds from other biomes, not just the Amazon, but also the savanna, the Pantanal region. So to continue the conversation, I'd like to call attention to the fact that most of the production of commodities in Brazil is exported. So in that sense, I would like to hear Rogério Samprona, CEO of Prumo Logística, from Porto de Açu on the coast of Rio de Janeiro, where important investments are concentrated and it facilitates the exports of Brazilian products. Could you give examples of the partnerships and the results of their impact on people? Thank you very much. If you allow me to thank Governor Jorge Viana. We've been working together in many Apex mission, and I'd like to publicly mention not only his engagement and efficiency, but the results of his whole staff, who really put their heart and a lot of emotion into these very relevant missions in Brazil and abroad. So always count on us. I'm proud to be here. And another thing, I'm between Minister Valdez and Governor Riedel Marcela, and the director of the BNDES, and also Barbosa, who used to be a minister. So it's a huge responsibility, but also brings a very interesting point of view, because, for example, your case in Rio, Mr. Minister, and how public policies or actions for fomenting development can produce results. Brumo is a holding that controls 6 different companies in Rio de Janeiro. One of them is Porto do Açu. It has its own CEO who responds to Brumo. And these companies together, I'll give you a number that I asked my staff to raise, and it called my attention. They're responsible for 5% of Brazil's exports. Not that we produce the 5%. This 5% of Brazilian exports is exported through our terminals. Terminals of oil, of minerals, and Porto do Açu, one of our companies, is located in São João da Barra. And I think some of you know it's in the north of the state of Rio de Janeiro. And it has always been a region with low economic dynamics. It used to be close to fields that produced sugarcane in the past, but many areas were degraded. They're no longer in existence, and this region had a low economic dynamics. The municipality of São João da Barra, where we are included today, we can associate that to the 5%. Let me look at the statistics here. Today, the municipality of São João da Barra, it seems to me to be the 5th municipality in Rio de Janeiro in per capita GDP and the 32nd in Brazil. There are 10,000 people working at Porto do Açu now, and this has translated into the economic and social development of that community and a nearby community of Campos. So when we see that policies are implemented, BNDES is still participating with capital structure, with funding lines for fostering. So how these policies that the different speakers talked about can also translate into economic and social development too. So it's not a conversation just because. As you all said here, in effect, it becomes social and economic development, transforming a very poor municipality to the 5th per capita income of the state of Rio de Janeiro today, who has 11.5% participation in the Brazilian GDP approximately. So this is the situation we see today in that region. We, starting last year, repositioned the strategy of the group to become the main Brazilian center for the energy transition. Energy transition is a beautiful name. We've heard it several times today. We'll keep hearing it, but what does it mean? What is its product? And now I'm going to narrow down a little to make this clearer. We are a port, and we receive almost 1,000 ships per month at Porto do Açu. Curiously, it's one of the 5 biggest ports in Brazil, although it's been in activity for just 9 years. And ports are centenary, like Santos and Rotterdam. They're hundreds of years old. They were founded sometimes by Napoleon, and we are in existence for 9 years. We're in our childhood, and we are one of the biggest in Brazil. So why can a port become an area of development for products for energy transition? Because we have a natural demand for renewable maritime fuels, because we have projects for biofuels. We have 15 projects involving low carbon industry and energy transformation. Biogas, biomethane, taking advantage of an area that used to be a great producer of biomass and lost this capacity. Now it has this capacity again, because the attribute is biomethane today is that it generates a lot more than sugarcane generated in traditional culture. The project of producing SAFI from animal fat. There are Brazilian companies that are now exporting fat to the United States to produce SAFI there. President Lula said, let's bring this here. Minister Haddad said, let's bring this here. So we're stimulating the production of a SAFI plant in Porto do Açu. The steel company, the steel industry, if you don't know, is responsible for 8% of greenhouse gases in the world. The industry, which is the largest emitter of greenhouse gases, our project for production of HBI, an input that allow out forms in steel companies to reduce their coke consumption, thus reducing 32% of their emissions. We have an agreement that Vale company announced 30 days ago to implement an HBI plant in Porto do Açu. I could mention many projects, but we don't have time for that. But for these reasons, that place is becoming an ecosystem where the industry that produces equipment, for example, electrolyzers for the production of hydrogen, we are licensing an area of 1.2 million square meters for the installation of industries that produce green hydrogen. So we have to put in the company that manufactures the electrolyzer, the one that produces the biomass or the hydrogen, and that will consume these products. For example, a plant of fertilizers. We also did an agreement with a Toyo Japanese group to produce fertilizers there. Consumes ammonium, green ammonium produced. It's a subproduct, as you must know, of green hydrogen. So this ecosystem that is today responsible for 5% of the exit of projects from Brazil to other countries, basically a portal to the world, is becoming the biggest, the most relevant cluster of products that come from energy transformation. Some of them I mentioned here. That's why this alliance with the PEX is so relevant, because taking this message to the world wants this. As we saw this morning, Brazil has what the world wants. We in Porto do Açu have, and in the Aprumo companies, we have what Brazil wants, and we need an APEX. We're using APEX extensively to take this news to all continents. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rogério.
A port as a pole of regional development, an anchor to improve the life of people. This debate is short, but I think you have an idea of the enormous opportunities that investment in the regions of Brazil offer. Once again, thanking you for your presence in this panel. Count with IDB. I'm sorry, I'm asking for the floor. We did work with APEX. I want to thank George. APEX did the work with us, with the Minister of Integration and Regional Development, and in the connected entities, the NOx, Codevasf, and Sudan, SUDEC, and the National Agency of Water and Sanitation. So today we have a portfolio that addresses the policies and the strategies of regional development, and then I say it's not enough the policy if we don't have clear their objective. So we call and ask about regional development with social inclusion, with participation of these stakeholders. Otherwise, it may not comply the mission, the social mission of it. So this portfolio observes all the good practices, internationally speaking, has a direct correlation with the Agenda 2030, with the ESG agenda. The projects have been selected prioritarily taking into consideration these concepts of participation related with democracy, of development, in the way that I'm here nominating, which is the orientation of President Lula, and also of adaptability with the climate changes, for it creates insecurity in life of people, but also of the investor, if we don't guarantee that security. So this portfolio is complete in that sense, that in the agenda of the regional development we have identified quite well, for there was provide participative PPA, there was a listening of the public with PAC that was built with the participation of all the state governors, dozens and dozens of regions, 27 units of the federation participated, and also the PAC selections for the municipalities to present their projects. And it wasn't different in the PPA. So this selection of development projects for the regions contemplates this. It has this participative look, including of respect to the traditional populations, to the populations that have been for a long time in all the regions of Brazil, making the adjustments, observe strongly the development of technologies for this kind of business. Otherwise, the technology existing won't solve in many cases the challenges that are imposed to these possibilities of business. We have, for example, more than 12 routes in the ministry worked in, from açaí, mandioca, fish, milk, lamb, couture, and all directed to this community. So I want to make this reference and thanking Apex and special care on the management of water resources and adaptation to the climate changes. We are doing for the first time the National Plan of Protection and Civil Defense, the policies from 2000 to 2012. The policy has 2012, and for the first time we'll have a national plan. The Brazil with the continental dimension, we don't have culture of living with extreme weather events, and we are already facing them. We don't have culture of contingency to deal with response, and we are already having to deal with those. So all this is being observed here. The national plan is coming out. A system highly modern of alert, which is a cell broadcast, will be one of the 3 first countries in the world to have this technology available for structured through network in the municipal, state level and federal state of civil defense, of protection, response, but also of adaptation, and consequently with this creating what we are creating in the fiscal taxation. It's creating as well in the environmental and creating in the social as well. So Brazil, not many days ago, will have a new tax reform, has already the fiscal framework, so it's providing all the needed reforms, perhaps not in the dimension that we wanted, but in what was happened to build politically, and we owe a lot to President Lula to provide all this construction. But all this security has to be correlated with the environmental aspects, with the climate issues, with the events, and with the social aspects. We don't want to live in a country that continues to produce inequalities. The 4th largest producer of food in Brazil returned to the map of hunger. This is what we are talking about. It's not a lack of resource or policies. It's for those effectively the policies directed and to whom it should reach as a priority. Nelson made a reference to the forest concession. Amapá has 600,000 hectares, and it's in BNDES as from an experience that I did of modeling. It was a success, but I learned that it's not the best. For I provide the modeling for wood, and when we present a proposal for BNDES was from that experience for the whole set of products of the forest, and that had the participation of the local population and the local industry. Otherwise, it's only a product of export. increases the revenue but doesn't distribute the wealth as it should. So this portfolio is a good visit to all of you. Each year we'll deliver it today. I'm considering it done today. The Minister of Integration and Apex for the regional development. Thank you. Thank you to all. We continue counting with the support of IDB for the development of sustainable development. Our thanks to the participants of this panel. Once again, we invite all those that have participated to take their seats in the audience to continue with our next panel. 6th Brazil Investment Forum. Recalling that at the end of this coming panel, we will have a meeting with all those, a cocktail, so we can have this moment of network. It will occur in the lower floor, same place where we had lunch. Thank you. So now, providing a sequence to it, we ask to wait for some instance so we can make some official photographs with the authority.
Muito bem, então vamos dar sequência, agradecendo mais uma vez os participantes deste painel. Muito obrigada mais uma vez, muito obrigada. Nossos agradecimentos, na verdade, a todos os painelistas, todas as autoridades, especialistas que estiveram presentes no palco nesse primeiro dia do nosso fórum, o Fórum Brasil de Investimentos. Nosso próximo assunto, vamos falar sobre a construção de uma nova...
We'll talk about the construction of a new industrial to grow in a balanced manner, tuned with a proposal of sustainability. To moderate this talk, we would like to invite the editor of Exam, Lucian Pap, that will receive some authorities here on this stage for this debate. And as Governor of the State of Rio Grande do Sul, Eduardo Leite, also the Executive Secretary of the National Council of Industrial Development, Terena Barros. We also invite the Director of Productive Development Innovation of BNDES, José Luís Gordon, and the Executive Director of Jaguar Land Rover, François. So, the floor with the moderator. Good afternoon to all here present. Thank you for the presence. It has been an event very constructive. We had the highest authorities here of the country in this event. Exam is proud to be a partner as well of Apex. I invite all of you to read a special edition that we developed with Apex called Why Brazil? And I would like to present the panelists to you, for it was a bit swift. I have Verona Barros, Executive Secretary of the National Council of Industrial Development. And in the center, the Governor of the State of Rio Grande do Sul, the Director of Jaguar Land Rover, François Dosser, and the Director of Productive Development, Innovation and External Trade of BNDES, José Luís Gordon. Welcome to this panel. I'll try to be swift, but our discussion is interesting, for it touches on the world discussion about industrial policy. Various countries here trying to make a new policy, and here we have representatives from various segments of the public power and of the private initiative. So I believe that if we could start with you, Gordon, for our agreement, I will make a very simple question. What is in your vision, in the vision of BNDES, a construction of a new industry? Good afternoon. Thanking you for the opportunity to talk here, saluting all my partners of table. President George Viana has been leading with the Master Touch Apex to support the exports of Brazil. We live a singular moment of the country since President Lula had the will to rediscuss industrial policy. In the other government, the importance of the industry was left aside, and that reflects some numbers of BNDES. Between 2000 and 2010, the average of in the last 6 years declined more than 18%. Innovation investment used to be 6% of the portfolio. In the last year was less than 1%. And the agenda of exports that reached $11 billion declined to 600 million reais. That means that we stopped thinking on industry as a strategic agenda to make the development of the economy of Brazil. And now with the leadership of Vice President from CNDI, and it will be remarked to rethink the role of industry that is fundamental. The state of Rio Grande do Sul has a strategic role. Paulo, Rando, and other industries all over the country. We have a number of fundamental companies. If you want a strong country, we need industry, machine, fertilizers, and equipment, and that's industry. Sector of services hires people with high competence, but those who run the sectors of high technological complexity is the industry. No doubt that China, Korea, United States are investing so much in the industrial sector, and innovation in government Lula era is a priority. We have for the next 4 years the highest number of resources allocated for innovation. We are talking of 60 billion reais turned to the activity of innovation. 40 billion is extreme low interest rates, and 20 billion is non-refundable. Part of it from BNDES, part of it from FINEP. The first change that President Mercadante did was change interest rates, and I thank the National Congress for that change. The same for FINEP that made this capital change in the interest rate to support innovation financing. The other change is a green agenda and the federal government, led by Minister Haddad with the President Mercadantes from next year, will have a new fund with 10 billion reais to support green industry, a fund that was left in the budget of 400 million. Next year will be 10 billion with low interest rates. The other agenda that is fundamental is the exports agenda. We are here in Apex. Just this year, the lack of will to export support, we made us double already the exports. Last year only 9 aircrafts of Embraer were exported. This year 28 aircrafts. 40% of Embraer's exports depends on BNDES, and we are planning a bill with President Lula to support the export of services and to create a Brazilian Exim Bank, something that the Vice President sees as a priority. And the productivity that it's fundamental to increase. President Lula will send the biggest productivity program to support small businesses in the partnership with Senai, FINEP, Embrapi, to support productivity in the small businesses in Brazil. So we are living a favorable moment to support the Brazilian industry. There is a recent study of MIDIC that only 1% of the Brazilian companies export, so it's an important drive to the economy. Francois may be calling a bit to you the private initiative. I also read that you, around last April, went to a meeting with industry ministry and came out of it very stimulated with the agenda of industrialization and exports. I would like to know from you from Land Rover have a factory in Brazil, have a pledge until 2030 not to make more cars with fossil fuels, and what is the role of Brazil in that stage, and how you, especially that is producing, see that new industry?
Thank you very much. The first thing, good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. George, it was a great event today. Congratulations. It's very good to see Brazil again on the world agenda. Brazil had disappeared. I live in Europe, so we heard about Brazil. Now Brazil has come back stronger with positive news, and the world needs positive news. So it's a pleasure to be here. To answer your question, I would like to speak of my two obsessions as a company. Don't worry. My first innovation, my first one is innovation and technology that would transforms the industry. And I have a criterion because I travel throughout the world to see the countries that are doing well in innovation, the number of unicorns. So China has 172, India has 72, and Brazil, I think a little more than 20. So there's a gap there where Brazil has opportunity for growth. I think now that with the policy of the government under Lula, the vice president, BNDES and APEX, everything we've seen today, I believe Brazil can become a factory of unicorns. And these unicorns are important because it's innovation and technology transforming the industry. I see this happening in Brazil more and more. My company is working more and more with Brazilian startups in each region of Brazil. There are things happening and things I didn't expect, to say the truth, that I'm seeing happen in Brazil. So I want to support this. I want the Brazilian government and states and APEX to be able to support these startups. I think that's very important. They come with a different way of thinking. They do things much faster than us. So that's why it's so good. I see this happening in Brazil. That's my first obsession. The second one is sustainability. Look at the planet. Look at what's happening. So if the industry doesn't understand, it needs to change its way of working. This is also connected to innovation and technology. If it doesn't do this, I don't know what planet we will leave for our children. I joke that I don't have kids, but sometimes I say, thank God I don't have kids, because I'm a little ashamed of what my generation has left. So sustainability also, I think, is an agenda for Brazil. Clean electricity in Brazil, the Amazon forest that captures carbon, and so many other things it has, and once again, innovation and sustainability. So that's what we're trying to do here. And perhaps because I know Brazil, I'm a Brazilian too, a naturalized Brazilian, I use Brazil as a lab for projects for the Matrix. I'll give one example. There's a startup called Energy Source that works on the life of a battery. It repairs the battery, the first life. The second life, after 7 years, if the battery is in a car, it still has 70% of its capacity. You put this in a pack and use it as an energy source, and then you recycle it. So Energy Source does all of this. So we gave them batteries for my Pace, a car that we have, to create a project for alternative energy, and it's working very well. So this is a Brazilian technology that I'm going to export to the rest of the world, including India and so on, because Jaguari is an Indian country, an Indian company under the Tata Group. So innovation and sustainability for me are part of the Brazilian agenda. Perfect, França. Governor, please continuing in this line, listening to an entrepreneur, what does a governor representing the state governmental power can do? You come from a state with a very strong industrial tradition, and that lost some of its capacity and its proportion of the GDP as the rest of Brazil in the last 4 years. How can you change the situation, especially in your state as a governor? Well, I don't believe in an entrepreneurial state. I believe in the state as the agent responsible to create an environment who, based on the entrepreneurial capacity of individuals, can stimulate the generation of new businesses. In the line of what Francois said, I agree completely. What positions Brazil in the world is no doubt the agenda of sustainability and energy transition, where we can present paths for production with a lower volume of greenhouse gas emissions, but not only the energy issue, as we're great producers of food, also producing with more responsibility towards the environment, techniques, agricultural management. That's very important for the state to place our production in the world. So what is the position of the governor? In my case, in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, I have a state that has a vocation for entrepreneurism. The population has helped develop many other regions in the nearby states of Paraná and Santa Catarina, for example, because of their own capacity, their own characteristic. But in the state, they started finding difficulties to enterprise because of the structure of the public machine. So the first step to stimulate a more propitious environment for development also in the industrial sector is to promote adjustments in the public machinery covering the investment capacity of the state and relieving the tax burden that had increased because of the government's difficulties. The state in the previous years had up to 30% rates in the ICMS tax and now have gone down to 17%. This is the basic state tax in Brazil. It's one of the lowest in Brazil. And we made many reforms, privatizations, an agenda of career restructuring in civil service, and our reforms limited our expenses to our revenue. And this is related to the business environment because on the one hand, it makes it possible to reduce the tax burden and equalize with tax incentives in some areas, like other states that we were losing to in competition in certain industries. We balance that by balancing the accounts. And as we recovered our investment capacity, investing efficiently in those areas that we understand can push forth our economy better. One of them, also connected to what Francois said, innovation and technology. Rio Grande do Sul, you spoke of the unicorns. The first unicorn in Brazil is from our state. It's an acquisition program, GetNet, that is now used by Santander. It was produced in one of the technological areas in Rio Grande do Sul, and it has the two best technological centers in the country, Tecnocinos and Tecnobuco, in Porto Alegre, the capital. It includes large technology companies, so a lot of the resources we're able to make available. We put in calling documents for funding innovation. It was the largest volume of investments in the state through our Foundation for Research, and calling documents from the Secretary of Innovation. Funding innovation because innovation involves risk, and every risk is not always something that companies can deal with. So the state has to be a partner sharing the risk through subsidized interest, more favorable rates, reducing bureaucracy for the access of certain types of credits for companies like startups that won't be able to have access to this credit in the traditional way. So we put a lot of these resources in this way to help innovation in the state, but surely our our wanted level of productivity is very much based on the reduction of bureaucracy. So the energy of the entrepreneurs is in enterprising and not just dealing with the tax system, with licenses and so on. The tax reform that's being discussed in the Senate right now is very important so we can advance this at the national level. We're also trying to establish the possible path in the state in our area of competency now in education, because if we don't have qualified labor to put in this new economy, we won't be able to compete with the rest of the world and what it can produce in this new economy. But I guess I'll leave that to the next round. Perfect, Governor. Thank you very much. I think that's a summary.
Thank you. I hope that the state doesn't interfere in any aspect. Not to interfere, which take me to the next question. For I believe that you have one of the most difficult missions of this government, which is to raise the incentives to allow that this industrial policy may go further in the proper manner. For you, I make this specific question about what is the building of a new industry. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to salute Apex George Viana for this event, to salute my colleagues. We have a mission that is, as a matter of fact, very beautiful to be faced, which is to think on how the state may act as an inducer of the industrial development process. And I believe that this is placed in the moment of a geopolitical context that you recalled in the beginning, and that the whole world is doing that. It's the whole world, United States, European Union. Everyone is talking about policy of industrial development. So I believe that we have learned a lot with the pandemics to rebuild this international context. I believe that the pandemic has shown to everyone what are the vulnerabilities that we have as an economy to stand for moments of crisis in the moment, a sovereign way, but also to show the importance that the industry has as an instrument of this process of growth of our country. So CNDI was rebuilt, was regained in the process of a democratic reconstruction. It's a council with 20 ministers, plus the president of BNDES, 21 representatives of the civil society, and has by mission to offer to the President of the Republic this policy of industrial development. So it's a democratic process in which we have been building a policy that is cross-cutting. It's not a policy of a ministry, but a policy of the Brazilian state that aims not to subsidize or give support to a certain sector, but to build by mission. And this is what we have decided, to offer solutions and responses to the problems of society that need necessarily joint solutions. So we've been building on this. We need that solution is a consensus with all the stakeholders of the societies, with all the entities of the federation, for we cannot forget that the policy of the industry is in the locations that are in the states. So we designed 6 big missions, and some 6 big missions, agribusiness units for in energy and nutritional entities, reduce the vulnerabilities of the health sector and expand access to health, infrastructure, sanitation, housing, mobility, sustainable for the productive integration and well-being in the cities, transformation of industry to productivity, bioeconomy, decarbonization and energy security for future generations, and technologies for the interest and sovereignty of the nation. So these are our big missions. For those, we listed some principles, which is the idea of the principle. There's no point on having a policy of industrial policy to say that we want to increase productivity. It's obvious if we are not doing that, it's wrong. There's no point on saying that we want to advance, in innovation. If we don't do that, we are wrong. That There's a reason why BNDES and provide a mandate for BNDES to advance with interest rates that are original of building financing lines for the reindustrialization of this country. So these are some of the principles of our policy. And linked to it, we bring a perspective and independently from the idiosyncrasies of this country to understand instruments of policy, financial instruments, subventions, but also the instruments, non-financing instruments. And the non-financing instruments are the intellectual property rights, external trade, policy of quality, stimulus, a policy of capacity building. So it's a matter of building these policies in a specific manner, but to understand that it's legitimate from the process of industrial development to have an opinion and to fix in the sense of advancing jointly in this final design that will lead us in the coordinated manner to a process of inclusion, growth, and productivity and competitiveness and innovation. Thank you, Gordon. Taking advantage that BNDES was mentioned, I would like to ask you, how are you seeing the recomposition of the bank to innovation and to the industry? And try to understand, out of these new numbers that BNDES is making available, what are the sectors, strategic sectors, those that initially make your eyes shine? You have this, or it's something more horizontal, case by case, or for example, electric bus. I know that electric bus has been financed in São Paulo by the bank. Is there a specific sector you can mention? That's an important question. I say that the federal government has three great strategic axes: the new PAC, the policy of industrial policy, and energy transition. BNDES is focused where are the priorities of the federal government. This is what we are going to support. Electric bus, energy transition, to make a country where we can launch in the COP along with Vale the first fund for critical minerals in Brazil. We cannot talk of batteries if you don't know where are the critical minerals in Brazil. You have to know where are the good minerals for this. So we are launching the first fund with Vale for this. We are talking of new models for electric bus that are more expensive than the traditional ones. Batteries, Brazil has a potentiality to explore. For example, we have WEG in Santa Catarina that is developing batteries and even cells that only China is producing now. So within these three strategic axes. Now there are two things that I would like to call your attention that are important to the bank. One is the policy of President Lula to connect all the schools until 2026. For the first time after 20 years, the resource of FUST will be used to reconnect these countries, connect the schools, to connect the slums, and to connect the rural areas with highest density where the interest rate is the lowest. And then these are the three main areas. Just this resource, the next 3-4 years will be of about 4 billion reais. Then the non-reimbursable resource from the 5G auctions, that will be about 4 or 5 billions. We are talking of about 8-9 billions of reais to connect this country and to connect the areas of health. That's very important. It's a strategic area of the bank. We are talking with FUST to make it viable. And the other priority is to increase the capacity of export. Brazil has about 1.52% of the world market. It's not possible that Brazil has only to sell to the domestic market. And sometimes we see bills saying that all the exports financed by the BNDES have to be approved by the National Congress. Imagine, but when it has to catch a finance loan, has to be approved by the National Congress. Will that be competitive? There are a number of projects in the Congress that lead to this. We are working to support export and provide support without bureaucracy and provide agility for the exports too. So to make the companies more exports, and they have to be greener and more aggressive. And this is what we are building in the industrial policy. I need the support of the governor to hold his political group in the National Congress. it's a condition that the Congress talks more with the federal government than with the state. My mission is with the state level assembly, but we guide the importance, like the tax reform. We've been trying to provide the guidance on what are the impacts in the state. Those who watch us, this is the democracy happening. Francois, I'd like to ask you now, in your last question, in your last answer, as a matter of fact, you didn't develop a bit the strategy of you regarding, do you think about exporting a battery with Brazilian technology and use Brazil as a laboratory? What is the planning that you have in mind in this context of Brazil Lab for Jaguar in Brazil in the coming 5-10 years? What is that planning? Thank you. I don't want to reveal secrets. You can reveal, but yesterday I had a very interesting dinner with the secretary of the vice presidency in his role of Ministry of Industry. He was telling me that on Friday will be voted a law that will make possible. So that's an example to answer your question. For example, what we would like to do, we would like to import CKDs from China to our plant to prepare the car here and export it to the United States. That creates jobs, it aggregates value in Brazil that you recover in the exports of your product. This we couldn't do for the rates were absurd. So the government next week will approve a law that will we'll celebrate with French champagne. Okay. But, well, it's an example. Out of these policies, public policies, they can influence a lot a strategy. For example, in my group, in world level, where will we be producing cars, for example? Brazil had vanished from the map. So this is why I believe that this partnership, private and public, it's very important. And when the private sector understands that the government understood what has to be made, everything can change. The investment can return to Brazil. So I'm not going to reveal our plans will depend on these policies, but I see with a lot of positive eyes what is happening. Everything that we've been listening today, not only in this but also in other panels, shows that there is a serious intention of the government of BNDES to change this. I assure you that the reply of the foreign companies will be very positive, and they will return the investment to invest in Brazil. Maybe taking that hook, in the first round you mentioned about the work that has been developed to make the state not to disturb the private initiative. But for the mandate until 2026, what do you consider to do to attract industries and new investments? Maybe that's an opportune moment to talk about this.
What I try to point out is that although it's obvious that it has to be done by the state, not always the obvious is done. That's one of the big difficulties. So you have to have a road. The state is not capable of covering a hole because it's broke. Port is a symbol of exports. The port of the state of Rio Grande do Sul, the Rio Grande port, the revenues of that port were not remaining in the port because the state would take this to pay salaries because they couldn't pay. Now this amount of these fees remains in the port. The difference is that the port of Rio Grande was able to invest with their own revenue between 2010 and 2020, 30 million reals. And since 2021, we already have 250 million reals invested into the port with restructuring the infrastructure of the port because the state isn't taking that money more. The revenue stays there, which guarantees better competitiveness because when you export, there were times when the access channel to the Rio Grande port didn't have the necessary drainage, and the ships had to leave without their full cargo. So if you're not going to be able to use the full capacity of the ship, you're dividing the cost of the operation and exports become more expensive. So that compromises the export conditions and for the development of our agriculture, our industry, they're compromised too. So the investments of the state are to improve this competitiveness through direct investment or in collaboration with the private sector to improve the conditions of competitiveness of the state, which, although it's obvious, I insist this obvious thing had not been done. So what the federal government contributes in the discussion of an industrial policy per sector is something very interesting for us. We want to advance in this discussion for the health sector because we believe our state has a vocation for health because we have an older population also that have a very high demand. We have nationally recognized health institutions, universities that work with health too, training not only in medicine but other careers that also train highly capable professionals. So it's a vector also attracting development and investment to the state of Rio Grande do Sul, the health sector. We're very much focused on that. And looking a lot at semiconductors. So we have developed a state policy of developing the semiconductor sector in the state because we already have companies there that are developing it. We've heard about the recent decision of President Lula to once again work with CA Tech. It has headquarters in Porto Alegre and it has collaborated in the training also of human resources to be used in the private sector. So when there's a company from South Korea, they're developing microchips there, it's because now the human resources trained by CA Tech are available. And so this is an important action of the federal government there, and the state government is working with the perspective of investments of approximately 80 million reals with resources of the state till the end of this government to train a labor force to facilitate funding and the forming of this network, of this ecosystem that we consider important to start the chain of semiconductors in the state of Rio Grande do Sul, where we believe we're capable of attracting investments in this area. We're very much focused on that. Verena, we're almost closing, but I'd like to take advantage of the overview you brought of this future industrial policy. Can we talk a little bit about the agenda now? From what I understand, by December, the agenda of industrial policy should be launched officially. So I want to know, what can we expect in the next few weeks? What are the next stages? And once this policy is born, how can we understand that it will function and be operationalized? So I think that This we will have a CNDI meeting in the second week of December, and we're in a process since the beginning of the year. We started the work groups. I think that thinking about policies based on problem resolution is also designing and fixing the productive sector that was essential in the process of building the policy, because we're not creating a policy disconnected from the needs of the country and looking at specific problems. But I also think that CNDI, in its decree of recreation, was very fortunate when it constituted an executive committee with the participation of the different secretariats and ministries. Because when we design a cross-cutting policy, we need a consultation between the different ministries that has to happen. So I think the creation of the Ministry of Management by President Lula is our expectation to rethink the format of public policies that we design. So we've advanced, we did lots of workshops with the private sector. We have groups for each mission, because thinking about health means thinking about big problems. So it's not just the sector, but how do we overcome cancer and certain diseases? How do we advance in certain research? And some agendas are essential. So some coordination, some consultations are very important within the Brazilian state. The consultation on fermenting is one of these important ones. We created a work group for consultation, for organization around the topic of fermenting. The topic of Brazil cost, the regulatory topic, is also very important, that has decisive impact in the process of industrial development. So we created a work group to work at the Brazil cost. We have a lot more clarity from the point of view of the development of the state and its planning of how much we spend in agriculture than in the industry. We don't know. So we asked the Ministry of Planning, we've been advancing these discussions to know, in effect, the expense that the state has with industrial development. Tax expenses, non-budgetary expenses, looking at this and compiling all this information so we can have better instruments for decision making. So this was another instrument we created. We have advanced in some other agendas that are very important. For example, we always talk about the importance of consultation between university and companies. Things happen separately. So we created a work group that's going to look at the pertinence of the training in graduate programs to work in companies. And this has to do with discussions about scholarships and subsidies so companies can hire people, assessment processes. So these are other topics we've been able to advance. And in the design of the policy, we're now writing the document. We are coming together in the government. At the end of November, we're going to meet with civil society. Our vice president will present it. Our executive secretary will speak. We're expecting all the comments, and obviously then we'll take our proposal for policies of industrial development to the President of the Republic. Perfect. I just want to reinforce something very important that Verena said. Any research you do with CNIFS would say that the problem with public policy is coordination. Verena is doing wonderful work coordinating these actions in the government and bringing in private society with a very strong relationship, especially when it comes to funding and fostering. It's no use to doing all of this without coordinating action. So coordination is very important to do things right in advance. So there's coordination of CNDI, Verena done masterfully. It's not very easy to coordinate all these different entities, and it will have a very important result for the country. Most public policies need this. I would like to open to the panelists here. In case you want to make any final remarks, Governor, Verena, François, I just want to thank Jorge for the opportunity to be here, for the invitation and the event here, this promotion of APEX is surely very fruitful for Brazil as a whole, and naturally subnational bodies to come together in this effort in a coordinated way, moving in the same direction. That's always the big effort we have to make. Regardless of small differences in point of view, I'm sure there are many convergences, so we can move strongly in the same direction that is fruitful for the whole society we are responsible towards. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Taking advantage of the history that we have of a potential approval of the tax reform, I'd like to thank President Jorge Viema for the opportunity to be here, and thank everyone who was with me in the panel. I hope it was fruitful for all of us who watched this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the participants of this panel. We have reached the end of the first day of the 6th edition of the Brasil Investment Forum 2023, the greatest event for the attraction of foreign investments in Latin America. Thank you very much to all of us who were here. You invited once again to the cocktail downstairs, and for those who were with us throughout the day through our digital channels, thank you very much. We'll be back tomorrow starting at 9 a.m. Have an excellent night, and we will see each other tomorrow.